I'm trying not to cough in the mic.
Well, if you need to cough, mute yourself.
Yeah, true.
Alright, where's everybody at? I don't want to get like full blown into anything until
Yeah.
kind of sit here and bullshit for a few minutes.
So, okay, so we can talk about the Deadpool movie though.
Oof, oof.
So I'm probably guessing I know what your favorite part was. But let's hear it.
Uh,
What was your favorite part?
oh, well, I mean, I had a lot of favorite parts, but I mean, ultimately, when Wolverine put the mask on, like I said, I mean, he even said in the movie, I've been waiting 20 years to see this, and
Mhm.
like all of us have, any of us that are
Of
comic
course, yeah.
fans.
Well, yeah, because
It,
we've only seen it in the cartoon version.
Whoa, yeah. Well, it's not just that. Even in the comic books, they still came around and did the black uniforms and stuff such as that.
Mhm.
But like that's the original, the yellow and blue. That is the original. That's where everybody fell in love with DC. Everybody fell in love with the X Men. They're yellow and blue. So for him not to wear the yellow and blue, it was kind of been of like a 20-year letdown.
Right, because he's always either like been shirtless or like
Yeah,
a wife
I
beater
mean,
type thing or a
look
suit.
at him. Nobody wants to see him in a suit anyway. Like I said, dude's freaking 8 pack had a 12 pack, and it was a bench press and 14 kegs.
Exactly.
Like, it's ridiculous how cut that dude is at his age. Like, just
And he's
ridiculous.
like 80, so I'm just kidding. He's not. But I'm
No,
kidding.
he's what,
I'm
60?
kidding. I'm kidding.
I would, I'd say what, 60? Let me look real quick.
I'm looking it up right now.
Alright.
He is 55. Oh, we have the same birthday.
Oh, yeah?
He's born on my birthday. Well, I'm born on his birthday because he's older than me. But yeah, October 12th, 1968.
But yeah, obviously, I mean, whenever he come out in the uniform itself, it was like, fuck yeah, I've waited this long for this. But when that iconic helmet came out, that mask, it was just over, man. Like
Right.
it was like we skipped right past Chubb straight to full on raging hard on.
Exactly.
And it's even better for me because Deadpool is my number one. Wolverine's my number two.
Yeah,
Listen,
for
if
real.
I could own three superhero masks,
Hmm.
it would be Deadpool, Wolverine,
Yes,
then
sir.
Batman.
We are starting our podcast today.
Like, and then
Today.
well, Spider Man. But those are my top four right there.
Yeah.
What's up, Lemmy?
Superman has always had my heart. Not as much as Deadpool because I love Deadpool. I love his wittiness and his dark humor. You know,
Well, it's 'cause he's the anti-hero. He's not a villain, but he's the
right?
anti-hero.
Exactly. So it is Deadpool, Wolverine, and then Superman. Um. So, but I like that he doesn't have like I guess like Wolverine has, and well, like Superman, Wolverine, all those people have those different like talents, I guess you
Lemmy's
can
talking
say.
to you, by the way.
Yeah, I talked to him.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't want to interrupt you, so I muted myself and said hello and stuff.
Oh, you're fine.
So I like that Deadpool, has his like he doesn't really have powers. He just has wittiness and, some fighting skills and stuff.
Well, he does have powers. He has the power of regeneration.
Yeah.
It's his only power, but he has the power of regeneration.
Is that kind of like Wolverine's regeneration or healing or
Yeah.
okay.
Well, except for Deadpool's already dead, right? So you
Yeah.
can't really kill him. Can't really kill a dead man.
This is
I
true.
mean, we kind of thought it was leaning that way, but as we saw,
I
it's
think
not
what like
possible.
the scene that made me fall in love with Deadpool was in the first Deadpool when he's on the highway and he's like up against like it was just him and a bunch of other people, bad guys, you know. That's what like made me fall in love with Deadpool.
Mm,
Like that
I'm gonna
fighting
go. I'm
scene.
gonna. I'm gonna. I'm gonna go a little darker.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say my favorite part of the first one was what a lot of people got offended at and hated because it told me, hey, yes, we're here. We are, we're part of the Marvel universe, but we are the adult Marvel universe.
Yeah.
So, my fiance is gonna peg the fuck out of me in the first 3 minutes of the movie.
Yes.
Like I knew right there it was gonna be a dark, twisted,
Yeah.
anti-hero movie, and I just fell in love with it instantly. But I've always loved Deadpool, even before people even knew what he was, really who he was. Like it takes the old heads because he kind of got lost there in the comic books because the era of comic books really went away, and they've started coming back some. But
Yeah. I didn't I didn't ever get into well, I mean, my kids got me into the Marvel and all that kind of stuff. So, I didn't really even know about Deadpool until they told me about it.
um, and don't get me wrong, it's not that I'm a huge Batman guy, but how do you, not admire Batman at some point? I mean, some of the movies weren't that great. Some of them were great. And if I were to ever have like a Batman replica mask, I would either want the one from the Dark Knight trilogy, which
Mhm.
fourth movie coming out this year. Come on, right?
I'm loving that.
Who
Yeah.
knew? I knew that they left that open ended for a reason.
Yeah.
Um, Everybody's like, no, 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 Christian Bale's done. I'm like, no, he's not done. He just needs a break. I knew they were going to come around with another one, especially with the flop of, oh my god, that freaking Robert Pattinson one, like the BDSM emo ASMR monologue Batman.
Yeah. I didn't like him as Batman.
Well, no, he was a horrible Batman. I mean, the dude's not a great actor anyway. What's he done outside of Twilight? It's like he fit Twilight perfectly, but anything he's done outside of that, it's just been kind of weird, you know.
Agreed. Yeah. It's like he fit that character so well in Twilight, like you can't really see him
Well, and
doing
it,
any
and it
other
wasn't just
character.
it wasn't just necessarily that. He was paired with other great actors and actresses that really had great supporting roles. I mean, what have we seen Taylor Lautner do outside of Twilight? He was in Grown Ups 2, very small part. He had that movie where he found out he was like a kidnapped kid or some shit. I don't
The
remember.
abduction. Yeah.
Yeah. But outside of that, the chick is really the only one that's done anything
Well,
other than
he
the
was in The Ridiculous Six. That was probably Abduction was a
okay,
good movie. But I think Ridiculous Six, because I love Ridiculous Six,
that
is
was a
probably
comedy.
yeah, that was probably my favorite movie he's in. Um, besides Twilight. I mean, he did good in Twilight. But yeah, that
What
was
happened to him anyway? Did
um
he just fall off, or did he go to college or some shit?
let's see. Well, he's 32, so um
Yeah, but how old is Twilight? Like 10 years,
Twilight, let's see, the
12 years?
original 2008. So
Huh?
eh, 2008.
Almost 20.
Almost 20 years. So yeah, he was in his 20s when he made
So yeah,
um
he probably. Well, no, you said he's old.
he's 32.
It came out in 2008.
Mhm. Yep.
When did the last one come out?
The last one, Let's see. 2012. Yep, 2012.
So he was still a teenager when the last one
So I
came out
was
then, huh?
12 years. No, he was 20. He just turned
20.
20 when the last one came out. So
Yeah, but back
so he
then it
was
took him like,
16 when he made the first Twilight.
yeah, 15, 16.
Mhm.
And you got to think back then, even though that was just a few years ago, it still took him like a year and a half to make movies to where they're doing it in like 6 months now because a lot of it, so much of it is AI.
Mhm. Yeah.
Um, but
But
yeah,
yeah,
maybe he went to school for a couple years because he did disappear for a couple years. Then we had the abduction movie, and then
yeah, cuz
there
that
was
the Abduction came out in 2011. Grown Ups 2013 or Grown Ups 2 2013. And
yeah. So I mean,
Ridiculous 6
he
was
could have
2015. So 20 Ridiculous 6 was his latest movie, which that was next year to be 10 years. So, well, no, okay, here's some more movies. Run the Tide, 2016. But I don't see
there's
anything
just
current.
small parts,
Yeah.
nothing. Okay. Kristen Stewart's really the only one that took off and did anything other than the guy that played the dad. He's been in a lot of TV stuff.
Yeah, and he's older, so he has a whole, other
You
stuff.
know,
Yeah, 'cause she was
and
like
then
in Charlie's Angels and the Snow White, one.
the blonde chick that played the sister with the mole on her lip. She's been in some other stuff too. Um, but yeah, outside of that, like I said, Robert Pattinson, like just that was a horrible choice for Batman. Like I just, and of course I watched it. I mean, it's
It's
Batman.
Batman. Yeah, you have to watch
Who's not gonna
it.
watch it? I don't know if I could be if they made a second one. I don't know if I could be convinced to watch it.
Yeah.
Like I said, that movie was 3 hours longer than it needed to be, and it was 3 hours long.
Oh, he will be in a Batman Part 2 in 2026.
Well, so instead of the first 30 minutes of monologue, it'll be the first hour of monologue, and the movie will be 4 hours long. They'll turn it into a Netflix series, like it'll be like a 4 hour movie, but a limited series that they drop an hour at a time.
Well,
That seems to be what everybody's doing now. It's like
yeah.
everybody's making 4 or 5 hour long movies, splitting them into an hour, calling them mini series. It's like, why don't y'all just make two movies off of that?
Yeah.
While I am firmly against, freaking industries, doing shit like that, price gouging. Like, I want to see it as a movie, not as a mini series somewhere.
Mhm.
Um,
Um, but
and I
Lady
don't even
Gaga will
think.
be in that one.
Yeah, I was one. Oh, dude, they're not gonna do that.
And Zoe Kravitz, Lenny Kravitz's daughter, will be in there.
Uh,
The Bat or not the Batman, but the Joker for that one will be Barry Cogan.
what?
I Yeah, he's the Irish actor. He was the Joker in 2022 film, so
They're killing me. Like, so how are you gonna say Lady Gaga put her in the Joker with Joaquin Phoenix for the second movie, and then have her go over and do Batman with a whole different Joker on a
yeah.
whole different Batman storyline? These two storylines would never match up in the first place. In fact, whoever wrote that Batman needs to be hit in the head with a freaking claw hammer because it really had nothing to do with Batman. Like it was just horrible.
Agreed. Agreed.
Um, but like I said, hey, BDSM, emo, ASMR.
I didn't watch the first one with him.
Oh, don't waste your time. Like
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm hearing.
I said, I went and saw it in theaters, and it was fucking horrible. Like especially compared, like I'm gonna compare it to other superhero movies,
Mhm.
they're notoriously horrible. Like the Green Lantern, Daredevil.
Daredevil
Out of
was
those three,
yeah.
out of those three,
Mhm.
that Batman was the worst.
Jesus. And
Like
Daredevil was pretty
literally,
up there with being really bad.
I'm even gonna say the first Fantastic Four was pretty fucking horrible too. And I don't know, man. They just he's not Batman. Like for me to come out and say that Ben Affleck played a better Batman
God,
is
that's saying
something
something
because
because he's horrible.
I'm not a big Affleck guy anyway. He has a
It's not
handful of movies I like, but
yeah, and it's not even that I don't like Ben Affleck, it's I don't like him as a Batman. He was horrible Batman. Very
I don't
horrible.
really like Ben Affleck as a person. Uh, it's not that I think he's a horrible actor. I just stuff over the years of seeing, you kind of get a feel for how people are in real life whenever they. I mean, yeah, they're going to catch them at their bad moments, the paparazzi and stuff like that. I just honestly feel like Ben Affleck is probably IRL a serious douchebag.
He gives me Gone Girl vibes all the time. Not gonna lie. Like,
Um,
that movie, that was totally him. That's probably his life story.
but I don't really like Matt Damon either. So, and
Oh.
those two
And they're
played off
best
of each
friends,
other a
yeah.
lot. Yeah, and the early movies played off of each other a lot, and maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just I didn't buy them together,
Yeah.
and if they had done a lot of their stuff separate, maybe I would have felt different about it. But I just never was a big fan of those two. How's everybody in chat doing? Got a couple of y'all out there not talking, just sitting and listening. Oh, there's Kevy. I guess he's ready to be bumped in.
You got him or you want me to get him? Okay.
What's
What's
up, big
up?
shit? I don't know if you're ready to be moved in or not.
I'm alive.
You alive?
Oh, well, you're just getting all the bots, huh?
I am. That's what I was saying yesterday before you. Well, I was asking you to do it, but you were reading something. But that's what I was saying yesterday. I've been getting a lot of bots on Twitch here lately.
Hey, look, even the
Just
bots get love, dog.
Right?
no, they don't. Just to catch you up, we haven't got into anything deep yet.
What's
Uh,
up, Shove It?
we're just talking about the. We actually kind of just went off on a little
Oh yeah, we started talking
com-
about the
little
review of
comic book
Deadpool.
movie tangent. Yeah, we're talking. We started with Deadpool and kind of just went off on a tangent. But yeah, I never really bought those two as good actors together. I didn't feel like they fed off of each other very well.
No, I mean I like them
And
separately a lot more than I do together.
the only movie that those two did that I really loved with those two together
Hmm.
was Dogma.
Oh, and I haven't seen that
Dogma
in
is a good flick.
forever. Probably since it came
Oh,
out.
Dogma, yeah, so old. Fucking Jay and Silent
1999.
Bob. Lannis Morissette plays God, which is hilarious.
Yes. God, that was a good movie.
Oh
They were
shit!
young.
Wow, yeah, I forgot about that.
Playing
Yeah.
game. What are you playing, Shove It? Trying to. I'm thinking I
Yeah,
have a
because
virus too.
because they played What If God Was One of Us,
Yeah, that's an old ass
Yep, yep,
song
yep.
too.
How ironic, right?
Mm-hmm.
I see what you did there.
Um, but yeah, man, like those two, I feel like they tried to start their comedies and their career in like comedy, feeding off each other on movies,
Mm-hmm.
and it just wasn't. But I was also in a different place back then in my life. I was very young too. Like Good Will Hunting, didn't really care for it, but I was younger back then. If I watched it now, I might have a whole different outlook on it.
Yeah.
Eating
Um,
Gilbert Grape. There's no.
do what?
What's eating Gilbert Grape?
How is Once
I've
Human
never
going?
watched it.
I've played it a
Most
little
of their
bit.
stuff from back in the day is like Russell Crowe movies to
I
me, and I
haven't
don't
decided
really
if I
care for
like it or
Russell Crowe
not.
when I don't watch his movies.
Oh,
Um,
it's up there though.
which really sucks. Um,
It was a good
You like it?
flick
Yeah, I
from
see you getting on it all
what I
the
remember
time
of it.
on my Steam notifications or whatever.
Dan reminding me a lot of myself.
but when you got movies named like that, I tend to avoid them because they're always some kind of seem like there's some one off because of a weird name. There's some one off weirdo freaking director, avant-garde bullshit, you know, and you just feel stupider for watching it at the end. Like,
Yeah.
but I
It turned
mean,
out all right.
you know, going back to BDSM Batman, I felt stupider for watching the fucking thing at the end of it. Like, it literally had nothing to do with Batman, and I can't believe they're making a second one. Like, it's just really weird. You know, in fact, them taking Lady Gaga over to that second movie is as bad as Marvel
Yeah, I agree.
recasting
Anything is better in a group of people.
Robert Downey Jr.'s Doctor Doom. It's
Yeah.
like you're double dipping two opposite ends that have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah.
So it's just really weird. But yeah, so what was your favorite part of the Deadpool movie, Go?
You know, I honestly can't really recall any of the scenes that I didn't really care for. I mean, they were all really good. It was not what I. How do I word this? I don't want to say it's not what I expected because it's exactly what I expected and then some. Like, I really expected it to be just a whole lot of fuck you back and forth, and it was a lot of
But what
that
was
back and forth.
the defining moment of that movie that you went, yes, this is what I came
Oh, him
for?
putting on the mask.
There we go.
Him putting on the mask.
That is gonna be the iconic answer of any Wolverine fan out there. The moment that he put on the yellow and blue throwback mask,
Oh yeah.
that is literally what every sports fan lives for.
It's all smushed it.
One time a year, when their team pulls out the throwback jerseys and puts them on and takes the field.
You guys remember when Bobby Boucher came back and the Mud Dogs won the Bourbon Bowl, do you?
Best football player of all times, Joe Montana.
Absolutely. Sorry, Fat Boy's eating a candy bar.
Oh, what are we eating?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There was honestly two parts of that movie that just it was like this is why I'm here. Like this is what brought me here expecting this, and this is the iconic moment I was looking for that propelled that movie to probably my number one.
Oh yeah.
One was the opening scene
Yes, I loved it.
of him dancing to Madonna, killing people with Wolverine's body.
He wasn't dancing to Madonna. He was dancing to
Well,
NSYNC.
NSYNC in the beginning, yes. Him and Wolverine were dancing to Madonna.
Yes.
But yeah, the whole NSYNC thing at the beginning, if they had not choreographed that, if he had not stuck his hand out and waved them in like bye bye bye, you know, like it wouldn't have been as good as those little moments, those little tweaks in the and nobody could pull that off but Ryan Reynolds.
Oh, for sure.
I mean,
That
let's
when he said
see.
when he was waiting for him to say the Avengers thing and he said flame on and he's like, oh, never mind.
I know.
I fucking lost.
I thought it was so funny that he thought he was Captain America. I did
Well,
too. And I did
it's
too.
because everybody forgot that he played the original
Yeah.
in the Fantastic Four. I completely forgot that Chris Evans played Johnny in Fantastic Four.
He's much better as a Captain America, but yeah.
I was fully expecting Captain America, especially how he was hyping up Captain America.
Yes, and then he was like, "Yes, Captain."
Yeah, and it's just like, oh, it's just you, like. Because nobody gave a shit about Fantastic Four, man. I mean, let's be real. But out of the group, Johnny was the coolest, dude. I mean, you got the dude that could reach around a building and jerk himself off, but who fucking gave a shit about that guy, right?
Yeah.
And the chick, it was like she was just there as a filler, another hot chick in an outfit.
Which one?
What's her name? His wife, the Dr. Stretcho's wife, whatever. See,
Oh, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know shit about Fantastic Four.
Yeah, I didn't
I
either.
was,
Just my
and that's
kids
why I
loved it, so
completely
we went and
forgot.
watched it, and we went from
But
there. But yeah,
but now that I think back on it, they've double dipped a lot of positions. Ryan Reynolds for Green Lantern.
Mm-hmm.
He was in Wolverine movie. That was him with his mouth like there was no mouth there, and he was bald, and he was fighting Wolverine.
Yeah.
When Wolverine, I guess, essentially killed whatever his replacement was supposed to be. That was Ryan Reynolds. Like,
right.
so they've double dipped on a lot of stuff that people forgot about. But I really don't think they can get away with double dipping on Robert Downey Jr. and Lady Gaga. But I haven't seen the second Joker, so I don't know.
You're not missing much.
Okay, so
How,
there are
well, it hasn't come out
16
yet.
celebrities who have played
It
more
hasn't come
than
out yet.
one
It's out on the website thing, ain't it?
whatchamacallit, hero.
No, the new Joker doesn't come out for a couple more months.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking of the first.
The new Joker or the new Batman?
The new Joker.
Oh. So we have 16 celebrities who have played more than one hero. And then, like Ryan Reynolds, you did mention him. He's Hannibal King, Green Lantern, and Deadpool.
Hannibal King. Probably
Okay,
from
they
the
have Ben
Green-
Affleck as 3. Can you? Well, we already know 2, but can you guess the third one?
So Ben Affleck was actually in the second Deadpool, and so was Matt Damon. They were setting off over in they were in the mansion, the X-Men mansion, and they were off over in the study, and they were the ones talking shit in the background of Deadpool.
Okay, well, they said that he is Superman, sort of.
Superman, sort of?
Yeah.
How are you Superman, sort of? Is that like Superman adjacent?
No idea.
I'm not sure.
It's like Sean Connery playing Burt Gummer from Tremors.
Yeah. It was
So who are the other ones?
Holly Berry. She played Storm and Catwoman.
Okay, Storm and Catwoman. Yeah, but you're talking. Well, no, those are both DC. Okay.
I'm not just. This isn't just Marvel. Aaron Taylor Johnson, Kick-Ass.
Well, see, you could in here. So up until a few years ago, they could get away with that. If they did like a Marvel and a DC, you could really get away with it. But now that they're all owned by the same company, it's going to be hard for them to do crossovers like that. But go ahead, Kick-Ass.
Kick-Ass and Quicksilver.
Wait, so the guy that played Kick-Ass played Quicksilver?
Mm-hmm.
I never watched Quicksilver.
I don't know what Quicksilver is.
I love Kick-Ass though.
Yeah, I do love
Kick-Ass
Kick-Ass
is
too.
He's another anti-hero.
Okay.
Yep.
Brandon Routh, Superman and the Atom.
Okay.
Samuel L. Jackson, Nick Fury, and Frozone. And the Incredibles.
That's a cartoon though. That doesn't.
It just says hero. It just says hero.
Yeah, that's a cartoon. Speaking of, they announced the Incredibles 3 coming.
Ooh, I like the Incredibles.
2025.
Okay, so we have Joel Kinnaman. I think that's how you say the name.
Kidman?
No.
Kidman?
No,
Joel
Kinnaman.
He plays RoboCop and Rick Flag.
Okay.
In the Suicide Squad. Adrian Palicki. She is Wonder Woman in the TV show, not the movie. And Mockingbird.
Actually, she just died, didn't she? I think she just passed away a couple weeks ago. The original Wonder Woman, the TV series.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like she just passed away at like 83 or some shit like that.
Okay. She was
I
one
know,
who
right?
was
Because
Marvel
I
and
figured
DC.
Hey, that's what we're here for. This is a speakeasy. If you ain't drinking, then get high. Do both.
Right?
Personally,
We smoking.
we smoking, and I just took a Space Panda. What else?
Oh,
You know,
Do 'em
there's
both.
yay.
Space Panda edible. I mean, they're her sponsor. Why not shout them out? You know.
Yes, yes.
Um, but yeah, so that's what we rolling on today. I didn't feel like getting drunk right now.
Okay, so then we have Michael B. Jordan, who was
Uh huh.
Steve Montgomery in Chronicle, and then the Human Torch as well. He's Johnny Storm, the
Also,
Human Torch.
Ow.
when did he play Johnny? What?
Um, in the Fantastic Four reboot.
Yeah, I didn't watch that one because
I
the
didn't
first one's
either.
so bad.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know he played Johnny Torch. Which is what Chris Evans was playing in
The
the
original.
new Deadpool movie.
Yeah.
No, that's what he just played in the Deadpool movie.
Which is weird that they would have him. I get it. But if they're going to put
And
a
then played the
reboot,
bad guy.
yeah,
And,
they're going to put a reboot movie out there with another guy and then put him, the original Johnny, in the new Deadpool movie.
yeah, they've been kind of tripping over their dicks.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he was a way better bad guy in Black Panther, but
Yeah.
I've never actually seen that one. The Black Panther movie.
Oh,
really,
the Black
Yep,
Panther
not
movie
seen
is
it.
good.
Black
I've
Panther
seen a lot
movies
of
are awesome.
I've seen
Yeah.
a lot of advertisements for them, but I never actually took the time to.
You missed out. What's his name? Chandler.
Channing Tatum.
Yeah.
No, Chandler. The Black Panther.
Wakanda forever.
He did a
That's
great part.
probably like the only thing I even remember from any of that shit, and it's usually when I'm making a punchline joke or something stupid.
Listen,
Wakanda forever.
speaking of Channing Tatum, if this ever makes it to him, I'm gonna say this.
Hey, Channing Tatum,
Us-
listen up.
One, fuck you. Your name is not Jeff. Okay, thank you for ruining my life. Second of all, yes, you did an excellent cameo, small part in Deadpool 3. I loved Gambit. I've always loved Gambit as a character in the comic books, but he is in talks to continue because they were making a Gambit movie and canceled it, where he's cast as Gambit a few years ago, and now they're
That I
back in
remember.
talks. Now they're back in talks of continuing making the movie. Hey, thank you for ruining my life. Channing, he's not a standalone character, brother. He was a backup in the X-Men. You're a backup in this movie too. It's not a standalone character movie. Those always end horribly, man. Daredevil, Elektra. Do I need to keep going?
Nope.
No.
Oh.
Well, it's not a good idea, man. Just let it go. Be in Deadpool 4 or another X-Men movie or something, but don't
Don't be next
please
to
don't
Elektra.
don't do a standalone Gambit movie. Let someone else fall on that sword.
I can tell you right now, the first thing that's gonna happen if this man actually ever hears any of this, the first response
Oh, I
is,
clipped
"My
it
name
and
is
I am
Jeff."
posting it on Twitter later and tagging Channing Tatum.
Can guarantee it. Oh, this motherfucker. All right, I ruined your life, huh? My name is Jeff. Fuck you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's exactly what would be. He would see that and he would come back out with a rebuttal of, my name is Jeff.
Absolutely.
And then the podcast blows up because people only come here to spam, my name is Jeff, in the fucking chat.
Well, I mean, you're still getting the views and shit, so I mean, technically a win-win at the cost of.
Yeah, but I'm ready to swallow a bottle of pills at that point too. Like, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, it's a double-edged
You know my
sword.
cousin, Sad Boy.
Listen, I can embrace a few people doing it to me like I did on my stream where I make them pay
Everyone
for it to
saying
be
the body
said.
of Sleepy, he like the
But-
Mexican Wolverine and shit. And my partner,
Yeah, I don't know if y'all remember that or not. I banned the
When he
term.
talking.
I do.
in my
I
stream,
remember
and I
that
made
very
it
well.
I made it a tier 3
It's
sub
Jeff.
with a GIF.
That's Hefe,
Yep.
man.
So if you wanted that to be said in my stream, you had the tier 3 sub.
I just
remember
played
that.
it for stream. I played the Steam. He's all, my name's Jeff. That's Hefe.
I remember that too. Because
Uh,
we was sitting
if
in Discord and you were fucking hooting and hollering. Dude, I'm so fucking sick of this shit. What? My
I'm
name
so
is Jeff.
tired of
Like,
this
oh,
shit
for fuck's sake.
fucking 80 fucking times a day in my stream. I'm like, you know what, you guys want to fuck with me? Let's do this.
I know
I'm gonna
every time
fuck
I
right
go to
back.
Corey's stream, he goes, how are you? How is my name is Jeff.
That
Yeah.
and the you're killing me, Smalls.
Hmm.
Yep.
Hey, you know
Shit.
what? During high school, I fucking hate my name, okay? So during high school, everyone would call me a man, duh, and her son, and I'm just like, shut the fuck up. So I always get called a man, duh.
Well, I mean,
Shut up, Jeff.
probably should have got knocked up in high school.
I did. That's why I
Just
have a
throwing that out there.
23-year-old kid.
Or is it because you're a grandma and you're like in your 60s?
Wow. I did get knocked
You're
up
older
in
than
high
both
school.
of us. Shut up, Grandpa.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's a
sit there in
step
silence.
grandpa.
Suck that in for a minute.
He is a
dickhead.
step grandpa, technically, so.
Well, listen, I'm in my early 40s. I'm in my Clooney years, all right? I'm just a fat, broken down Clooney phase, all right?
Mm.
We'll go with that, I guess.
I'm
Makes
100 pounds away from Clooney in his prime.
You're getting there, baby.
I
Oh, for
got the
fuck's
gray hair to go with it.
Dude, I still can't believe I'm gonna be fucking 41 the end of this fucking month, bro. Fuck.
Hey man, it
Better you
happens
than me.
quickly. She's gonna be 63 in October.
I believe it.
In other news.
Oh no, this is important information.
This is not
Everybody needs to
important
know this.
information. I will not be 63. Quit lying.
Okay, fine. 64. We were trying
Shut
to give you a year.
up.
Fuck.
I'm 33 and never counting it again.
Yeah, I stopped having birthdays at 35. I don't care.
I really loved the age 33 because it's an odd double number. So
Gross.
Anybody in chat watch the new Deadpool? Anybody at all? If you did, tell us what your favorite part was.
you watched half.
Um,
Well, what was your favorite part on the half that you watched?
how do you only watch half of that fucking
I know,
movie?
like you couldn't stop it.
This is decays we're talking about here. This man could literally watch half of anything and have a full understanding of the entire flick.
I mean, you're not wrong.
But yet, can't none of y'all read something on a video game and figure it out. You gotta wait for daddy to come do it.
I
It
know.
happened
I
one
mean,
time, asshole.
You read it
one
for
time.
me. Him using his dead corpse
And
to
then
kill the
corpse
time.
to kill the side people.
Okay, that
That's-
was good.
was in the beginning, though.
You'll have to watch the whole movie.
Oh
But
my
yeah,
God,
that was my second favorite part.
See, okay, so my favorite part was the beginning, and then when he's putting the Wolverine mask on. But then my other part is when they do play the Madonna song, and they're about to do the fight scene, and they're walking out and stuff. Like, oh, that was amazing.
And of course, you got Deadpool being Deadpool. Huh, I guess we're doing this. All right.
So you know what? I actually have a question that I wanted to ask y'all the other day, but I held off until the podcast because I want to get everybody's thought on this.
Okay,
Scared.
I'm scared.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
God.
So, back in the late 80s, early 90s, Tom Cruise made a bunch of great movies. And then he just got weird when the 2000s rolled around, when he got real heavy into Scientology, right?
Yeah.
His movies started getting weird. I think Vanilla Sky was probably his first really weird movie. If Michael J. Fox had not been diagnosed early age with Parkinson's and retired, do you think Tom Cruise would be as big as he is? Or do you think Michael J. Fox would have got a lot of those parts?
I think Michael J. Fox probably would have gotten a lot of them. He was really big for the era that he actually was in before pre-Parkinson's.
Those two were in the same era, and they were
Yeah.
battling it out in the theaters, right? Now, while Tom Cruise turned himself into an action hero and a dramatic character at the same time, I don't know that I could ever buy Michael J. Fox as an action character.
Yeah,
But I
that's where
think
I was thinking too, because like in not that I like Mission Impossible, because I don't like.
he was more of the comedic relief, I guess.
Yeah, I don't like Mission Impossible. I don't like Tom Cruise, so I don't watch a lot of his
Reacher was a
movies.
good one. I'll
But
give you that one.
I
Case.
don't see
Reacher
Michael
was
J.
good.
Fox playing Mission Impossible or Jack Reacher type movies. But I do like The Mummy or even Eyes Wide Shut. You know, Jerry Maguire. I could see Michael J. Fox doing Jerry Maguire, but not any of
Oh,
the action.
100%.
Not any of the action ones.
It probably would have been a much better movie.
Oh God, yeah.
Don't get me wrong, Jerry Maguire was a fine movie.
Yeah, and that's one of my favorite Tom
liked it.
Cruise movies. But I
I
feel
just
like
think Michael J. Fox would have done better.
I do too. Like he had amazing energy in that movie for that character. But yeah, taking the energy he had in like the other movies he's had, Michael J. Fox, he could have
Honestly, I'm
made it
going to
better.
disagree with you, DeCase.
Yeah, Michael J.
I
Fox
think-
in Top Gun? I don't know.
I think he could have nailed Top Gun. I really do. I'm going to disagree with that. I really think he could
I
have done
could
it
see
because
both because he.
I could see both. Yeah. Because
Tom
it
Cruise
wasn't
was
really
great.
an action. It wasn't really an action hero type movie. It was a war movie. I think Days of Thunder. I think Michael J. Fox would have killed it.
Now Cocktail, that is my absolute favorite Tom Cruise
I
movie.
think Michael.
J.
I don't
Fox.
know.
I think Michael J. Fox would have done great, but I see both. But I can see him doing that as well.
She said cock.
But then there's a couple of movies that Michael J. Fox had when he was younger that I think
Tom Cruise would be better at.
Tom Cruise would have played. Like, so what was the what was the one where Michael J. Fox moved to the city from like Minnesota or some shit to work for his uncle, and his uncle was rich, and he went to work in like the mailroom or some shit and lied and ended up on the board, and like I can't fucking remember.
Bright Lights, Big City? No, that's too old.
Wait, it is back.
Yeah, let me Google Michael J. Fox movies real quick.
Yeah, I'm looking at them, but I don't know what movie that is.
Once I see the name, I'll
Tom Cruise playing Michael J. Fox's part.
Now
in Back to the Future.
Stuart Little is Michael J. Fox. It could never be.
for Love or Money.
Okay,
is
see,
what I'm
and
thinking of.
I seen that movie, but I could see him playing that Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Or even The
yeah.
Frighteners.
No, I'll give you that. I like Adam Sandler though. But no, he definitely did have a couple of those movies. It was like
Oh wait, no, was it Greedy?
Let's see.
I think it was
Hold
the
on.
first one you said.
For Love or Money.
Yeah.
He's
I think.
a concierge at a luxury Manhattan motel, saves all his tips toward his plan of a hotel. That's For Love or Money. So he's a hotel concierge on that one. What was the other movie you said, babe? Greed.
Yeah, hold on. Fortune. Okay, yeah, Greedy is the one I was thinking of.
Okay.
Oh, well, there you have it.
I think Tom Cruise probably would have killed that one.
Okay, so here's one. Who do y'all think? Teen Wolf. Tom Cruise or Michael Jackson? Michael J. Fox.
I gotta stick with Michael J. Fox on Teen Wolf. Too many funny parts.
Yes.
Even though Tom Cruise had some funny parts early on in his career,
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah,
Just
but
like,
his level of fun
so-
just doesn't compare to that though.
Well,
Like,
let's
he's
move
got it.
let's move over to TV. I don't think Tom Cruise could have ever played his role in The West Wing.
Touche.
I think Michael J. Fox killed that part. And I think that Charlie Sheen was a great follow-up on it.
You good?
What about Spin City?
Or Spin City, that's the one I'm thinking
Oh,
of,
okay,
not West
okay.
Wing, Spin City.
Tom Cruise on Oprah was epic. I didn't see that.
You never saw that? Oh, it's
Mm-mm.
good.
Yeah, he had fucking this little go crazy meltdown shit, jumping
Oh.
up and down on the
Oh, okay, yes,
fucking.
yes, yes, yes. That's when the whole Scientology shit was coming out and
Yeah,
really
yeah, yeah,
getting
yeah.
popular and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, now I remember. I couldn't remember it was. I didn't know it was that it was on Oprah, but I remember seeing clips and stuff of it.
But I think the fact that Tom Cruise early on in his career was willing to take on almost any role is what really propelled him, where other people were saying no. And then you had people like Michael J. Fox that fell off. And then all the other actors in that time period went to fucking rehab. So you kind of lost
Yeah.
him. Yet Robert Downey Jr. could have had a whole different career outside of Iron Man.
Yeah.
He just had to stay out of freaking rehab. Fucking Corey Feldman, either one of the Coreys could have done something, but they couldn't stay out of rehab. You know, but hey, that was Hollywood in the late '80s, early '90s. Man, it was all about sex, drugs, and rock and roll and pedophilia that nobody did anything about.
Disney owns his ass now. Yeah. Disney is striving to become the new mega, so careful, Decays. Mickey Mouse might come and cancel your ass. Oh boy, you fucked up. Oh,
Cast him as Tarzan.
oh God. You know,
Um,
golly.
they could get away with that, but not the other. Um, but yeah, man, there's just I feel like there's so many movies that tanked that would have been better with other people to turn the parts down, and then there's movies that I've seen that I was like, man, this dude is not gonna fit this role. Um, just like I never saw Tobey Maguire's Spider Man. It was weird for me. I watched all of them. It was just weird for me.
Who would have done the
Um,
Matrix better? Decays
no
that.
one,
Yeah, Keanu Reeves has got that hands down.
no one. There is not one person out there that can step into a Keanu role and nail it. That
No.
dude is on a whole different level. Always has been. From Bill and Ted to
And yet he's always so humbling.
he is. He's a very down to earth person.
Yeah.
But we're talking from Bill and Ted to freaking uh
Huh.
Breakpoint or Point Break to,
Oh,
and he's even done some darker stuff that y'all probably haven't heard about. You know, he's had some racist parts,
Yes, he has.
and he's always nailed all of them, even all the way down to his romantic stuff, like the Lake House
Constantine.
shit, like that.
he is my favorite actor. Well,
I can't wait for
Constantine was one of my
Constantine too, man.
Yes.
I
That was one
You
of
know,
my
you know
favorite
what's funny?
movies.
Actually, you know what's funny? Look this up. What came first,
Okay.
Blade or Constantine?
Blade, I believe.
Because they called him the Godfather
Like
of
Blade
comic book
Trinity, Blade
movies.
Runner.
The original Blade.
I believe it was Blade that was first because Blade was early 90s, I think. Like early 90s.
Well,
Yeah, but
Blade
so was
Runner is
Constantine.
1982.
Blade Runner has nothing to do with this. That's a whole different.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're talking Blade, Wesley Snipes, Vampire.
let's see, 1998. Blade.
When was Constantine? When did Constantine come out?
2005.
Okay. So yeah, Wesley Snipes is the godfather of comics. I thought about that when they said that the other day.
Um,
He is the godfather of the comic book movies. But when he said that, I was like, wait, isn't Constantine a little older? But no, it's not.
I never really got into the Matrix until like they started calling my son Mr. Anderson.
What are you talking about? We live in the fucking Matrix.
Oh,
Facts.
I know, but just saying. And then, because it wasn't like a movie that I thought I would like, kind of like Mission Impossible and stuff like that. But then I watched it and I fell in love with
I think I got you beat, Case. I think.
it.
I've seen The Matrix 6 times, he said. I don't know.
But my all time probably favorite movie where I really fell in love with Keanu is Speed.
So I have number 1 and number 2 favorite Keanu movies, and I bet you can't guess what they are.
Um, I want to say The Devil's Advocate is one of them.
Oh, good call, baby. You do know me. The fucking Al Pacino fan. I love Al Pacino.
What's the matter, babe?
Maybe The Replacements.
That is my number 3.
Oh.
Okay.
In
Then I,
fact,
then I would
good.
have to say it's The Matrix.
The Devil's Advocate is number 2.
Okay.
My number 1 Keanu Reeves movie of all time
Is
will always be Point Break.
Mm. Yes.
Great supporting cast in that movie.
oh yeah, I love Point Break.
Belushi, freaking fucking what's his name? Patrick Swayze. There were so many
Lori
big names
Petty's
in
in
that.
there.
Yeah, they're big names now, but they weren't then. Like, it was a great supporting cast.
How do you say his name? Gary what?
Gary Busey.
Busey. Okay.
Aha! Good old Gary.
Johnny
Busey.
Mnemonic was a good movie. But yeah, Point Break was really what
Now I want to watch it.
really sold me on Keanu. Man, just a great actor. Nobody could ever play the Matrix. Nobody can play John Wick. Period. Nobody outside of
100%.
Keanu could ever play John Wick.
I was super excited when he played that movie. I have not seen the fourth one though.
But believe it or not, I could have lived without the fourth one. I think they should have stopped at 3.
And
Because it's kind of like the Fast and Furious movies, because you have to go over the top, right? You have to outdo the last one, and at some point, you're special. Like the fourth John Wick, there was like a 30-minute fucking staircase fight for like a mile long.
Yeah.
We could have lived without the majority of that fight.
Oh, hold on. So John Wick Chapter 5 will be coming out next year.
Uh-huh.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I didn't know this. I have not watched the fourth one, but
I haven't seen it either.
I do that one because especially newer movies now, made after the 2000s. 1s or 2, 3s, and 4s and 5s don't really, they're just kind of suck. But I feel like John Wick and The Equalizer, they were each really good.
Well, don't get me wrong, John Wick, the fourth one didn't suck by any means. It was just like Fast and Furious. There's a lot of it that it's like you could have lived without, because like they just have to go over the top every time to outdo the one before. Otherwise, you just end up with another movie, right?
Yeah.
Which is probably why with the Batman they did the whole monologue bullshit and went the whole fucking movie. They wanted to do something different that's never been done, because everything Batman's been done, from the kapow, boom, kick, slap, zap, to the actual Dark Knight, right? But you're not going to make Robert Pattinson a darker knight than what was already been played.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
It's just not going to happen. So what do? You BDS, ASMR, emo him. Like that's really the only thing that hasn't been done. Um, but I mean, there's just the Equalizer. Nobody could ever play the Equalizer. You brought that up. Nobody could ever play that like Denzel.
Yeah.
Sam L. Jackson couldn't pull that off.
No. And he's a damn good actor. But Denzel,
Well, I
he
mean,
made
you
that.
got the three black guys that are the black guys in every movie. You
Yeah.
got Denzel, Sam, and Morgan Freeman. Well, now it's starting to turn into like Michael B. Jordan and stuff. But
Yeah.
these guys are all in their 60s, 70s, and 80s, and uh,
Is Michael B. Jordan the one who plays Creed's son?
yep,
Okay.
great movies.
Oh my
Oh my
god, I
god,
love that movie.
I don't
But I
think
love
anybody
Rocky,
other than
so
him. I don't think anybody other than Michael B. Jordan could pull that part off. He plays it so well.
yeah, agreed.
If they would have done it in the early 2000s, Jamie Foxx probably could have pulled it off. But this day and age, Michael B. Jordan is the answer for that one.
Yeah, agreed.
Or no, he wouldn't have been able to do it. I was gonna say Denzel's son, but I think Michael B. Jordan. Those two are on a whole different level of. Those two are on a whole different level of
Wayne will
spectrum
always be
on
my
the
favorite.
acting. Um, I don't know. There's a lot of actors that really propelled because other actors fell off due to whatever it might be. Some of them did great parts. Some of them you'll never hear from again because they just move on into everyday life. A lot of it was like child actors.
Mhm.
Like the kid that played fucking Coral in Walking Dead. He left
Yeah.
Walking Dead. He left Walking Dead to go be a normal person. He wanted to go to college,
Yeah.
and we'll probably never see him again. He streams sometimes,
Yeah. I have seen that.
but outside of that, you'll probably never see that kid again. Vin Diesel was one of those people that were very close to being typecast. If he hadn't taken a break from Fast and Furious when he did
Mhm.
to go do a couple other movies to break out into other roles, like Riddick and shit like that, he was on the verge of being typecast as Dominic Toretto, which him coming back, all that's done is typecast him as Dominic Toretto for the rest of his life. But how do you stand on the sideline and watch a franchise that you started from the beginning
I
blow up like
love
that
Toretto.
and not go back to it?
Yeah. So this is
They're
an
supposed to
old
be making a new
movie.
one.
This is an older movie, like 1990s, early 90s.
The Wayans brothers are two other ones that got typecast in the parts of like being the.
The white chick.
Well, no, they got typecast into all they know is comedy because every serious part they did apart from each other, and their comedy was always together.
Yeah.
And so when they did go do their own thing, it just didn't really work out. The fucking Terry Crews turned himself into the token black guy for pretty much every movie.
Don't forget
Like
Old
it,
Spice.
So
it's just good.
what do y'all think of them re-imaging The Crow?
I think The Crow should have been left alone.
Yeah.
I haven't watched any of it. Um, but I agree because like the original is from 1994, and they're gonna make
The
one.
original had Brandon Lee,
Mhm.
died making the movie. They finished it. It's a cult classic, and it just needs to be left alone. That would be like them remaking The Craft
Yeah.
or The Faculty
Yeah.
or like those early '90s, mid '90s cult classics. They need to be left alone where they are. Leave them. But that's easy to say because that's when we all grew up, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure that my dad has movies that they've remade from the 60s and 70s that we don't even know that are remakes, and he was probably like, they should have just left it alone, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to see him remake originals because they do stupid shit like Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah.
Could
Don't
live
even get
without
me
that.
Don't ever get me started on remakes, Jesus.
And it's all in who they cast in whichever direction they go with it.
Yeah.
A different cast for Dukes of Hazzards. Don't get me wrong, I liked it. It was funny as a comedy. Dukes of Hazzard was never a comedy. They went a different direction with it. It was kind of its own thing.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because it
But
was
they
like
should have
a
left it
little
alone.
actiony, cop, you know. And now, yeah, then they turn it into something funny.
I've never been a big Clint Eastwood guy, but my dad is. So yeah, anything they remake for him, that's a good example. My dad would probably be like, "Why?"
I do like me some Clint Eastwood.
But at the same time, his son is at that age now, so where if they're gonna remake stuff, his son should be the one to remake it.
I mean, Gran Torino was probably my favorite of his movies. Oh my
Yeah,
god,
that was a
that
good one.
movie, yeah, like is
It doesn't
equivalent
surprise
to
me that you
getting
like
a
the
hard on.
extremely racist movie.
Why do you say that? I like it for the car. But I mean, and his son's in that movie too. So.
And he's always been able just to play who he is. Like, so there's only a couple of actors that have really gotten away with playing who they are. Like, that's just who they are. Like, they're not
Yeah.
really playing a character, it's who they are.
Yeah.
That's what I love about Billy Bob Thornton. The dude's just a weirdo fucking asshole, and he's not afraid to let the world know.
Mm-hmm.
And he plays that part in every movie. He plays the weirdo fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alcoholic, drug addict, sex addict. I mean, literally, that's who he is. But like I said, like a lot of the stuff they cast the right people. Some of it's just not there. But like I said, there's movies out there that probably would have had a whole different outcome with a different lead character.
Yeah.
But the ones that we love, those classics, this is the one. Please don't ever recast Deadpool. Nobody will ever be Ryan Reynolds in Deadpool. Nobody will ever be that.
No.
Agreed.
I'm glad that he got the chance to revive himself after Green Lantern. Because that movie was really fucking bad. But anything Robin Williams needs to be left alone.
Yeah.
I can't see anyone. I
Well, they
can't
already
see
did one of his
anyone.
movies. Well, a couple of his movies, but I know the one they already did was Aladdin.
Yeah, but that wasn't really Robin Williams. That was Disney remaking one of Disney movies, which they do like every 15 years.
No.
Do I think anybody other than Will Smith could have played that part? Maybe Kevin Hart. That's about it.
Yeah.
If they wanted to stick with the black actors, it was gonna have to be Will Smith or Kevin Hart.
Yeah.
Because they could play the serious or funny role.
Right. I'll be right back. Ouch.
Okay. Kevin is short enough. Yeah.
Yeah, he could have just crawled right out of the lamp. You wouldn't even have to like CG that motherfucker. I just realized that our stuff wasn't popping up in there until now.
What stuff?
The chat box in the stream.
It's been popping up the whole time.
Oh, has it?
It just disappears.
Oh, it disappears. Oh, okay.
I do want to fix that. I don't want it to disappear. So short.
I mean, I'm trying to think. Could anybody have played Dallas Buyers Club other than Matthew McConaughey?
No.
I mean, really think about that. Like, I don't think anybody could have. I don't think there's anybody out there that could have played that role like he did.
Mm-mm, I don't. It's, being that he's from
I feel
Texas and stuff like that, he's
I
got that
feel that
twang
too.
and whatnot. Um,
I feel like he really plays himself to case. Yeah, you're right, baby. Like he was born for that role.
yeah,
Like the role in
I
Days of
like,
Confused. It was
yeah,
like he was born for that role.
exactly, and that's right,
Iconically
cause,
enough, which is where he came from.
mhm. And I guess I like the Dallas Buyers Club because it gives that different angle, from the crisis that they went through back then and stuff like that,
Hmm.
instead of what we're, what we've always seen. I
I'm
do
really
like
wrenching
Matthew
my brain
McConaughey.
right now. I'm really wrenching my brain right now. I don't think anybody could have played that part other than him. Or Ghosts of Girlfriends Past, or Failure to Launch, or Fool's Gold. Like I feel like he plays himself. I think you're right.
The Lincoln
So
Lawyer, that was another one of my favorite ones of him. I don't
yeah.
um he does a good one on there. Oh, what about I haven't seen this movie in like forever, but um Mud. That was a good that was a good one.
That was a good one. Surfer Dude was a good one too, the one he's talking about.
I don't
Well,
think I've
I
seen that
mean,
one.
it's like 2 hours of full on nudity, but yeah. He plays a like a billionaire beach bum,
Huh?
Oh,
and there's just naked chicks constantly through the movie.
okay.
It's like how you would think Jimmy Buffett's life went.
Oh,
Help you wonder before I sit down.
that's funny.
But I mean, let's dip into dead actors. Bill Paxton. Could anybody have played Twister outside of him? I don't
No.
know. We haven't seen the movie yet.
Well, yeah.
But let's not just go with let's not just go with Twister.
I
Uh,
have, and I can tell you right now, Bill Paxton played it better.
let's take it all the way back to Bill Paxton's like minimal part. Weird Science, where he played the dickhead brother. Billy Bob Thornton may have been able to play that just because he's a dickhead, right? But I feel like Bill Paxton made that part.
Okay, so this is a movie that I have
You're
not
forgetting about the
seen
dude from
yet.
Alien,
But
or his role in Aliens.
what do you think about
Oh,
his
excuse me.
role in Tombstone?
Nobody else.
Absolutely nobody else.
Nobody could have played uh, Morgan Earp like he did.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Just like nobody could have played Sam Elliott's part. That the Tombstone is a movie that should forever remain untouched.
Yeah. I've only
Absolutely.
watched like half of
You
it, but
leave
yeah.
Val Kilmer as Doc. Nobody's gonna play Doc like Val Kilmer did.
Oh God, no.
And I'm not a big Val Kilmer guy. I'm just saying he played that role.
Yeah.
He was almost the old West Iceman from uh Top Gun. That was almost the role he played as Doc.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that movie just needs to be left alone. It needs to never be remade.
I think we're
Ever.
ready to watch this movie.
I tell you right now, if they ever try to remake that movie, dude, I will do everything in my power to boycott that motherfucker. The original is always the best.
Let's talk about, because we've seen both of these movies. Let's talk about Roadhouse, right?
Okay.
The only reason I'm okay with the remake of Roadhouse is because they did not follow the Roadhouse handbook. They did not follow the script. They made their own movie. Same name, but they made their own movie. They made it their own. I'm fine with that. But if they would have tried to actually remake Roadhouse and that was the dog shit that fell out on the plate, I'd have been super fucking pissed.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because if that was your actual remake, then it was dog shit.
Agreed.
But if you went in and made your own movie, great. That was actually a pretty good movie. Great comedy parts, great action scenes. I
Mm-hmm.
still have a hard time seeing Jake Gyllenhaal as a athletic guy, and that's just because all the parts he played previous. And I'm not just talking about Brokeback Mountain. I'm talking about I'm talking about 2012 shit like that, like all his serious dramatic roles before.
Yeah.
It wasn't until he made End of Watch where he really started getting into these athletic roles, where it was End of Watch and Southpaw.
Yep.
And a great boxing movie, by the way. If nobody's ever seen it, Southpaw, great fucking movie.
I love
Mhm.
End of Watch. That was a good movie.
End of Watch, great movie. But that was really the pivot point in his career. I feel like that saved him.
What
Um,
about Donnie Darko?
we're not gonna go there. It's a weird
Okay.
movie.
I've not seen it, but yeah.
It's a cult classic. It's a genre in itself. It has a following, but it's a weird movie. It's kind of like Bruce Willis's what was it, Donnie Brasco? Like they all have that one movie that they go, I wish I'd have never made it. It's
Mhm.
like
I
Donnie
believe
Darko is just a weird movie.
the Jackal for Bruce Willis would probably be.
No, Bruce Willis flat out said flat out said that one was his number one, his only regret.
Fair enough.
Donnie Brasco, I think is what it was. It's where he wore like the big brim hat.
Oh,
He almost
yeah,
looked like
yeah,
Darkwing Duck.
yeah.
Yeah, he flat out said, "I wish I'd never made that movie." It's just a
Definitely
horrible
one of my
fucking
top
movie.
two favorite actors, Bruce Willis and Michael Gross.
Oh,
Liam Neeson ain't too bad.
yeah, Liam Neeson's he's in his own genre as well.
Mm-hmm.
I do love
He
him.
he
He has that little like voice, that iconic voice,
he has his parts that he can play and parts that he just can't.
Yeah.
Just like like Taken, no one will ever play that character
Yeah.
but
They
him.
will find you.
Well,
They will kill you.
I think Denzel could have played that part. If I'm being honest,
I mean,
I see him playing the
maybe.
part, but I do not see him doing
because
that
I
line.
can I can actually see that line in my head coming from like Man on Fire, the character that he played Man on Fire. I could
Okay, no,
definitely
I'll give you
see
that one.
Denzel saying, "I have a particular set of skills." Um,
I can. No, I can. Now that I'm actually thinking about it, yeah, I can kind of see that.
yeah, but other than those two,
Yeah.
not really.
No.
But the flip side of that is, I'm going to take it back. I could actually see Liam Neeson playing the Equalizer if he had to.
That
I
could
can
see.
see, yeah.
Because
Because
the
because
movies
they're
aren't
just
that far apart.
No, they're
they're
really
just
not.
both really nonchalant about doing the stuff that they do. And that's I guess
Yeah.
what makes it so that's badass,
Well, baby. Will Smith. Yeah, he's all right.
What movie?
Oh, she's
Please don't
talking about
say
the school.
iRobot.
Oh,
iRobot was not a bad movie.
I
I
don't.
did.
I didn't say it was bad. It's just
I
not one of
didn't
my favorites
not
of his.
like it, but it's not
Listen,
one that I would go out of my way to watch.
it's in the so
iRobot.
it's in what I call his Tom Cruise era.
Mm.
It's in his era of really weird movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So their movies from when they were younger were really great. Then they got into Scientology. Their shit got really fucking weird, and now they're making decent movies again to try to revive that.
Yeah.
Because some of his dramatic roles in the middle of all that, I love Will Smith, and I could not watch the movies. I fell asleep watching them. Like they were just so boring and drawn out that it's just like, dude, I can't.
I guess Will Smith is doing the sequel to I Am Legend as well.
I'm not, yeah, I saw that, and I'm not sure how they're gonna work that unless they do it as a prequel type.
It's either gonna be a prequel or
Or
it's gonna
he's
be
gonna have to
leading up to the
narrate.
cure. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, because he blew himself up at the end.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if you watch that movie, like on DVD or whatnot, there are alternate endings, and one of the alternate endings was he survived. So I guess it
I
would
never watched
be.
the alternate innings.
Yeah, I watched the fuck out of that movie because I love the movie itself. That's just me. But
Yeah, it was a good movie.
in the DVD, one of them, I don't remember if it was like the theatrical one or whatever it was, but there was an alternate ending where he did blow himself up, but he survived it, and then it showed him and that chick at the end of the movie both driving towards the safe camp with the cure in tow. So I don't know if it'll be a
Yeah, but
prequel or if it'll be an
him
actual
blowing
sequel.
himself up was the ending they went with.
Yeah.
And if they would have done the whole him riding off into the sunset, it would have been just as disappointing ending as The Walking Dead was.
Yeah, no, I'll give you that.
So he has 5 movies coming up. They're either remakes or sequels. And it's I
Will
Am
Smith?
Legend 2. Yeah.
Yep.
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Fast and Loose.
Really? Wait.
Mm-hmm.
They're remaking that one?
Who's playing in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles with him?
Give me a second.
Hold
Yeah,
on, before you say it, let me think.
Hey.
Let me think before you say it.
you have
Because
my
they're obviously
attention.
recasting a black character or black cast in this. Because the original cast was white.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing they gotta have who can play John Candy's part.
So, they
I'm
obviously they haven't put a whole
he's
bunch of
gonna play
information.
Steve Martin's role.
They haven't put a whole lot of info out there. There's only 2 characters. One, Will Smith is one of them, and there's one other one that they're letting us know about. And yeah, so
I'm assuming he's gonna play the Steve Martin style character. But who is going to play the John Candy character is my question.
That's another hard one right there to replace John Candy.
Well, are they going with a full-on black cast, or are they going to mix it
so
up?
far.
That's going to make a difference too.
almost so far.
So I'm trying to think who's a really funny fat black Cedric there in second, maybe.
He's been mentioned already in the past, 30 minutes.
Older or younger?
I don't know how old he is. Let me look. I mean, y'all know him. He's very known.
Well, yeah, we covered a lot of territory. We went from
okay, so he is 45.
Michael B. Jordan.
No.
No.
Michael B. Jordan's only 37. So yeah,
Really?
Yeah.
I thought he was. Huh. Okay.
Actually, we didn't mention this one. Decay's mentioned this one.
One of the Wayans brothers?
No.
And it's a black character.
He's a little guy.
Oh, really? Oh. I don't know that. All right, so listen. This is going to have to be one of those movies that they don't follow the script. They are going to have their own script. Because Kevin Hart playing John Candy's role.
It doesn't give me a whole bunch of information. It just gives me those 2 characters.
It's pretty much just those 2 characters. You got a lot of side characters, but it's mainly about those 2 and how they end up like a they end up traveling. You've seen the movie, haven't you?
Which one? No, I haven't.
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
No.
I've seen it.
So they end up reluctant travelers together is basically the way it ends because they weren't together in the beginning, and they kind of got stuck with each other because they got kicked off a plane and then train and then da da. They get what I'm saying? So they're reluctant travelers. So I can see that being funny as shit with those two, right?
Right.
Except for Kevin Hart is the over the top scream comedy, and neither one, Steve Martin nor John Candy, were that guy.
No.
Now, if they redid Beverly Hills Ninja and recast that role at Kevin Hart, yeah, because he was over the top fat white guy screamed at the top of his lungs. Honestly, I could tell you who could kill John Candy Parks.
Yeah.
Jack Black.
Oh my god, yeah.
He would probably kill that role. He would be a great Uncle Buck. Fuck, bro.
So
Oh,
I
God.
am I'm gonna go back to I Am Legend 2. I do think that Michael B. Jordan is playing. Is he in the first one? In I Am Legend?
I don't think
If he is, he plays his son,
Okay, well,
but
It-
his son was killed.
it looks
Yeah.
like he's going yeah. He will be in I Am Legend 2, Michael B. Jordan.
And wasn't it a little girl at the end that they were taking up to that camp?
I
Or
believe
was it a
so.
little boy? I think it was a little girl.
It's well, I don't know. It looks like it could be because I'm looking at a picture of it right now. It looks like it could be a boy or a girl, but it does have earrings, so looks like a little girl.
Well, who played the character?
Hold on,
Back then, people knew if they were boys or girls. It ain't today, so it would have been obvious.
Yes, this is true. This is true. Hold on, let me look at a different site so it can show me the picture. Let's see. It is his daughter. So it is a girl.
Oh, his daughter actually played a role
Well-
in the movie.
Well, okay, so there's his daughter, Willow, and
Uh-huh.
and she's black, obviously. And then there's another little girl, Evacuate, but she's white. So I would have to say it's his daughter because his daughter's much younger in this movie.
Okay, so I don't
There's
know what
actually
role
a
Michael
trailer
B.
for this
Jordan's going to
movie
be
now.
playing. Is there?
Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
What did you say?
I Am Legend 2. There's a trailer for it.
Yeah, there's a trailer.
And they're going with the alternate ending.
Okay. You kind of have to.
And so the other movies he's redoing is Fast and Loose. This will
What was the original Fast and Loose?
let me look that up.
Who played in that? Was that a Richard Pryor?
It's a 1939 movie. I don't know if that's the original. Yeah, 1930, 1939.
In the 30s, it could have been Richard Pryor, couldn't it? He was pretty fucking old.
Robert Montgomery.
Robert Montgomery. Huh. I might have to check that out and see what that's about. What other movies? So we got Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. We covered that. We got I Am Legend 2. We covered that. What was that one?
Fast and Loose.
Fast and Loose. Okay. So what's number 4?
The Council.
The Council. I've never heard that
It's a
one.
Netflix film.
Yeah.
Well, and they're remaking it.
Let me read this.
What's it a remake from? That's what I'm saying. Because obviously they're not remaking a Netflix movie. They haven't been around long enough.
So it's either a remake or a sequel, and this will be a sequel. Because he plays in
Okay.
the original, which is in 2019 Netflix film. So they're just going to add a second one.
And it was a Netflix movie. And then I've watched it. Hold on. Let me. I'll pop up Netflix real quick. I just need to refresh my memory here.
I think the only
So it's
actual
called The Council.
Yes.
Netflix series I watched Sprite.
Well, did they take it down? I don't see it on Netflix. Yeah, I don't see it on Netflix, so they must have took it down. Who was in it?
Will Smith.
And who else?
Um,
What was it about?
it says based on the life of Harlem Mob boss Nicky Barnes. Oh my God.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I know what movie you're talking about.
Oh, okay. I've seen this. Yeah, because it's about Harlem in the 1970s and early 80s.
Yeah.
Of course, I've watched it. It's a mob movie. Yes.
And
These
that's the sequel, okay.
these all have unknown dates of. Okay, so there's another movie called Sugar Bandits. It's based off the novel Devil in Exile.
Mm-hmm. Supposed to be a good one.
Okay, so and both Will Smith and Martin Lawrence have expressed interest in Bad Boys 5.
Well, yeah, you knew that was good. They're
Okay,
not going to end it on that one. They're going to want to do one more to end it to where they're retired. They're actually retiring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And I feel like that was the whole setup with his son-in-law being a badass. Because I think what's going to happen is they're going to retire, and his son-in-law is going to come in, and they're going to reboot Bad Boys to some extent with his son-in-law.
Yeah, Bad Boys 4 was really good.
It was
Even
really
for
good.
being for such a long period between 3 and 4, it was still really good. I like that one.
I felt that when his son-in-law was going off in that house and killed all those dudes, I was like, yeah, they're keying this up to where he's gonna become a cop, and he's gonna join that guy and that chick to some extent of a Bad Boys reboot, to where they have their own team type deal. Because they tried to reboot with a TV show with Gabrielle Union, which plays his sister in the second one. And they had one season. It was Gabrielle Union, and I want to say Jessica Alba, I think. And it really kind of flopped.
Yeah.
So the last one is that a part 2? Is that a sequel, or was that a remake?
What? To what? What are you talking about?
The last movie you brought up.
I brought up Bad Boys 5.
Before Bad Boys 5. Or did we not get to the last one?
That was the last one.
Oh, that was the last one. Oh, okay.
And then before that was the Netflix series or movie.
Okay. That makes sense. I don't know. Like we missed so much because of COVID. Like there was, a 3-year period there where no movies were being made, and like they were. It took them so long to make them because they had to make them in pieces because X amount of people couldn't be around each other. X amount of people. Da 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 da.
Agreed.
That some of the movies we've forgotten about. But I'm really excited that now we have all these movies coming around, and it's not just in theaters. Netflix has really stepped up, spent a bunch of money. Peacock has thrown up a bunch of money.
Oh yeah.
To where movies are coming out of theaters and going straight to these streaming apps, and we're not having to wait for months and months and months and months. We're not forced to go to the movies. Now, going to a movie to watch it, going to the movies to watch a movie, it really is a treat. Because before you're like, man, I really want to watch that movie, but I don't want to wait a year and a half to watch that movie. So you kind of feel obligated to go to the movies because back when this shit was on VHS, once it was in theaters, it was in theaters for like 6 months, and then it took like another year for it to come out on VHS and DVD.
Yeah.
But now it's like it's in theaters. 3 months later, it's on Peacock or HBO or Netflix or something. You know, I
Yeah.
like how these companies have stepped up and paid to get these movies.
Pretty cool.
And
Yeah,
they've been like pumping them out.
and it's definitely
Right.
a different era, and it's not shit movies either. I mean,
Okay. You already get some out of it? I know. Did you want any?
um,
Taylor?
so yeah, okay. So what other movies do we got coming out the rest of the year?
Um,
Break 2 was supposed to come out this year, but I guess they
I,
canceled
I
that.
really like the first one.
Mm-hmm. Fucking love the first one. But to my understanding from everything I read online, they're not doing it now.
Well, there was a lot of touchy racial
what movie
Mm-hmm.
was this?
stuff in that one, right?
Oh,
Where he played the cop and had the troll
Orc.
or not troll, orc partner, and there was
Mhm.
fairies and stuff. Great movie.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of reminded me like a Hellboy style movie.
Yeah.
But it was a lot of like dark racism in that movie. Like I was really surprised. A lot of fuck the cops and a lot of racism.
mm, okay. Okay, so we have Trap coming out.
That's what's his name's comeback movie.
Yes. Borderlands,
Um,
which just came out.
you know, and ever I actually mentioned this to you earlier.
Hmm.
It just came out last night,
What?
and some people went and saw it. Borderlands.
Oh,
It came out yesterday.
I thought it came out the other day, like 2 days ago.
No. Well, it probably came out like Thursday at midnight or some shit, but Friday was the original
They
release
made
date.
a fucking movie out of the video game.
Yeah, well, they've made a bunch of movies off video games.
Oh,
When
I'm
I go
aware.
into video game movies, I go in, you know, eyes wide shut. I expect it to be cheesy, corny because it's a video game movie.
Yeah.
And people were talking about how bad this one was. I'm like, I think y'all went in expecting like just this great fucking movie, but let's be real. It's a video game with comic book graphics. What do you expect out of a movie?
Yeah.
No, there's no great video game movies out there. Not one that is just over the top great. They're all little cheesy, corny
Yeah.
because they came from video games. Like I said, Uncharted was the only one that was pretty decent, and I think that's just because it had Tom Holland and Mark Wahlberg in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All the Mortal Kombat movies are super cheesy, but they are what they are. They're in their own genre. They're video game movies. And but I mean, you're talking like if you're expecting like Ninja Turtle style, no, Ninja Turtles was one of a kind.
Yeah.
Even the shit they have now is dog shit compared to the original Ninja Turtles.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it came out on the
Um,
8th. Not a midnight thing, but it came out on the 8th.
all right, so Thursday.
Yeah, but
Um,
wait, we've talked about this one before because when the trailer
well,
first
yeah,
came out, and the characters, just some of the characters didn't fit. I've never watched,
but
I've never played it, but from what y'all said, some of the characters didn't fit the celebrities and stuff. So.
listen, I'm going into this Borderlands movie expecting what I was expecting out of the Jumanji reboot, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
The Doom movies. That's what I go into video game movies. I expect them to be like shit like that. I don't expect them to be some top tier A-list movie. And I think it's where people trip on their own feet because they're like, "Oh, this is my favorite video game," and then they get disappointed. I'm just like, it's not a real script that's been written out. They took bits and pieces out of a video game. What do you expect?
I think Resident Evil was probably one of the other better ones that they've done.
I never got into those movies.
I
I
didn't mind the
I
movies.
watched the first one, and I think maybe the second one, at least part of it.
Yeah.
I didn't care for the Resident Evil video games, and I didn't
Yeah.
think I was gonna care for the movies either.
I was a big fucking Resident Evil fan, dude. I love the Resident Evil game. Just like Metal Gear, same shit. Fucking
Yeah.
love Metal Gear.
Now, see, Metal Gear could make a great movie.
Yeah, if they'd actually.
There's actually, just like Splinter Cell,
Mm-hmm.
there's actually very in-depth storyline to those video games.
Oh, absolutely. The
But
creator
when
of the
you
game
go
made
over
sure
here
of
to
that.
Borderlands and Mortal Kombat
Yeah.
and shit like that, there's not storylines behind these video games
No.
other than get to the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So another one that's coming out is Venom: The Last Dance.
Oh,
I'm
That's supposed to
super
be good.
excited for this.
I'm kind of worried about this one. I'm not gonna lie. I'm
a
kind of
little
worried,
bit,
and I'm gonna
Um,
tell you why. Because Venom 2 was either set up for 3 to be a great fucking movie, or Venom 2
Thank
is
you,
where
Reaper.
it fell off,
Mm-hmm.
and the third one's absolutely gonna fuck us up. I'm hoping that Venom 2 was the build up to Venom 3 and it's really gonna blow up. Venom 2 wasn't bad, it just wasn't nearly as good as the first one. I
Oh,
expected
yeah.
more from our boy, Tom Hardy. But the second movie wasn't that great. It was almost like Spider-Man 3 with Tobey Maguire. It was weird,
Yeah.
you know?
All right. Then we have Beetlejuice, which comes out next month.
Oh my god. I would love to watch that in theaters, but we'll wait for it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Um,
Same.
I'm kind of worried about this one because
Actually-
Beetlejuice was such a great movie.
Actually, baby, I want to make you a deal.
What?
Oh god.
If Beetlejuice is still in the drive-in
Oh.
on Halloween,
Yes.
we'll go to the drive-in and watch it at the drive-in like old school.
Oh, I would love that.
If you're here on Halloween, we'll see. It's the end of the month, so I'm assuming you'll probably be here.
Okay.
No, that's why I said if it's still in the drive-in.
I highly doubt it will be because it comes out early September.
Yeah, but you got to think drive-ins usually hold movies for like 2, 3, 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
And especially that, theoretically it is a Halloween movie, so why would they not?
Yeah.
They'll keep it
And
there.
the 31st is on a Thursday.
There we go.
But you wanted to be here for your birthday, that's why I said I don't know. And
Why do we
my
have to do it
brain's
for
not.
Halloween? Like, we can do it.
Well, I mean, we could, if it's in there for your birthday, we can do that. Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be perfect.
Okay, so another movie we have is Craven the Hunter.
That's the Jared Leto movie, right?
I've not
I
heard.
believe
It
so.
should be the second part of
No, it has
that
your
movie he made.
favorite actor in it.
Really?
Yeah, Russell Crowe, Aaron Taylor Johnson, and Fred Hettinger.
Okay, it's not what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be Jared Leto's spin-off of the vampire movie you just made, the comic.
Oh, okay.
Because the character name was Craven. He was Dr. Craven, so that's why I thought maybe.
Yeah, this is a spin-off of the Marvel movie. Craven the Hunter is an
But
upcoming
he's not in it?
No. Superhero film featuring Marvel Comics character of the same name. Yeah.
What does he keep doing to keep getting fired from these comic books?
He's Jared Leto. What does he not do?
He played the best Joker in forever. That dude was my iconic Joker.
I think he's Ledger. My iconic joke.
No, because to me the Joker. So there's much like Batman. There's different layers to the Joker. You got the boom pow bang
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
the big 44 caliber handgun with the flag that pops out, which was oh my god, fuck, what's his name? Played that character. That was the original Joker. Heath Ledger played the Dark Knight Joker. Played it to a T, perfect. But when you think of iconic, just straight up
I mean,
Joker
okay,
from
so
back in the day that's a straight up menace, that's Jared Leto.
I mean, yeah,
Tattoos
okay,
and
I
all,
get that.
you
Yeah,
know?
he's like Suicide
Jack
Squad Joker.
Nicholson, yeah. Yeah, like I wish they would have stuck with him. I get why they went with Joaquin Phoenix for the other Joker because it's a whole different it's a whole different kind of Joker. In fact, I didn't like that movie the first time I watched it. Then I watched Joaquin Phoenix explain the thought process of that Joker, and I was like, now it makes sense, and I like that movie. But going into it blind, I didn't understand it. I didn't think it was very good.
What about
From
Jack
the moment
Nicholson?
he's the iconic original, and Jared Leto is the only one that came close
He's actually not
to
the
that.
original.
Well, I'm not talking
Oh,
1930 Batman. I'm talking like the original movie Batman movies. Um,
Bullshit.
yeah, yeah. I'm not talking Adam West days. I'm talking like,
well, this was 1960.
yeah, I'm talking the late 80s, early 90s. We're talking who did Jack Nicholson do it with? Fuck, he's the one that's in the new one. He's in the new Flash. Beetlejuice. What's his name?
Billy Bob Thornton?
No, dude, I'll smack you. Who plays Beetlejuice?
Oh my god. Michael Keaton.
I'm drunk.
Yeah.
Michael Keaton, yes.
It was on
So
the tip of
that's
my tongue.
when, yeah, that's when, that's when Jack Nicholson played the Joker. So that was the Zip Bang Pow, right? Um, it wasn't to that extent, but it was there in that era where Arnold played
She wanted to
Dr.
leave.
Ice. You know, it was almost in that early comic book movie type. But yeah, when it comes to like, if you tell me you want me to describe
Well,
what my ideal Joker would look like, it would be Jared Leto because he played that part to a T, and he was a straight up menace to society, which is what the Joker is. He wasn't the penguin operating from the sewers. He wasn't fucking operating from, a tower or this or that over there. Like, he was just a straight menace to society. And Jared Leto played that part so well. Where Heath Ledger just played a straight up demented Joker, played it perfectly.
Yeah, he was more of the dark humor.
Yeah, he was the Dark Knight, and that's why it's the Dark Knight trilogy, which was now it's not a trilogy anymore. It's going to be a 4-part, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Okay, so we also have Alien
what else we got?
Romulus.
Yeah, Romulus.
Yeah, Romulus.
I never was much into the Alien movies. Kevin was.
Yeah. We have.
Kevin likes the original Alien movie.
yes,
Yeah.
I do.
I'm not into that.
Reminds me a
Or
lot of home.
Predator, things like that. We have.
The original Predator I was good with. But after that I just never could get into them.
Yeah.
Get to the chopper.
We have Moana 2, which I'm kind of excited
Okay,
about that.
so are we talking about live action or the actual Moana 2, the cartoon?
It looks. It is the cartoon.
Okay. I'm actually excited for both of them. I want to see the live action as well.
I do
But I'm a
too.
huge Rock fan. I love The
Yeah,
Rock.
yeah.
I would watch The Rock for 12 hours, pick up rocks and throw them at another rock. I love The Rock.
I love it because the Rock holds a baby. So, anyways, carrying on. Blink
Big
Twice.
difference.
This is about a tech billionaire Slater King meets a cocktail waitress.
No idea.
I don't either.
What else?
We have Gladiator 2.
I'm not sure how he's going to pull off a fat fucking gladiator, but we'll find out.
Well, he's not in it. It's Denzel Washington.
I thought he still had a part in it.
I am looking and I do not see him at all.
Well, good. I'll watch it.
Yeah. This has Joseph Quinn, Pedro Pascal, and Denzel Washington.
I'll definitely watch that. I like Pascal.
Okay, so you're a big rock lover. We have Red One coming up. Extremely
That
large,
actually looked really good.
formidable. Yeah, it's about a villain who kidnaps Santa Claus from the North Pole.
It looks fucking funny.
Yeah. We
Alrighty.
have Mufasa, the Lion King.
That's a live.
It is a live action.
It's the second live action.
Well, it's a photorealistic anime, so I guess that.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of live action when they did. It was really boring.
I'm guessing because I've heard of this one before, but I guess we have a remake or something like that. But Wicked.
Well, there are several different movies named Wicked. It would just depend.
It's the same thing. Wild the Wicked Witch of the West.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There's several of those.
It focuses on her side instead
Yes,
of
it's her
Dorothy's.
point of view. Versus
Yeah.
the good side.
That's actually been in Broadway and
Yeah, well, okay,
traveling
that's
the
what
U.S.
I'm
for like
thinking.
5 years, huh?
Maybe that's
Something
what I
like
was
that.
thinking. Maybe it wasn't a movie; it was just Broadway. But I know that it's about.
Well, it's a movie now. I
Yeah, it's a
remember
movie
seeing the
now.
preview for it. But yeah, I think they had Broadway for like 5 or 6 years. Plus, they traveled the U.S.
Nice.
and it did really good. So I'm kind of actually excited to. So is I don't know if they're gonna make it this year or not, or if it'll be next year. Fuck, what's the Halloween movie with Bette Midler and Sarah Jessica Parker? They just made their second one last year or the year before. Sanderson sisters. You know what I'm talking about? Damn Disney movie.
Oh, Hocus Pocus?
Hocus Pocus is they're making a third one. I saw there was a trailer for it. I just didn't watch it.
Yes.
Is that this year or next year?
Let's see.
I'm curious as to if they're going to bring the Sanderson sisters back or if they're just going to start doing spin-offs now.
Do not see. Date. I don't have a date. It does say that they're in talks of it. Bette Midler has asked Disney for a script for it.
Okay, so they are. All right.
Okay, so it says this third Hocus Pocus movie is in development. So.
And if Bette Midler asks for a script, then they're obviously going to have the Sanderson sisters in it.
Yeah.
At least one of them.
Well, it shows all three of them to be.
Okay.
We're watched Deadpool. That was one
Speaking of, I just want to bring this up because I actually saw a picture of them side by side the other day on Twitter or Facebook, one of the two. It was funny. These two gorgeous, iconic women from the late 80s, early 90s that now have horse faces. Who would those two women be?
of them. I don't know. I have no idea.
Sarah Jessica Parker and Julia Roberts.
What?
Look at them now. They straight up have like this long horse face. I don't know where the fuck it
They've
came
always
from.
had it, but I think their hair,
Yeah, but it
especially
was
Julia, her hair's just always been so big, and
it's kind of hit it.
yeah. Sarah Jessica Parker, I feel like
The older you
we've
get,
seen it, but yeah, the older it's gotten more
well, the older
elongated.
you get, the more your cheekbones sink in a little bit.
Yeah.
And plastic surgeries that have, falling apart and stuff like that. But yeah, they both have just like the straight up horse face now, and it's like, damn. Not that they're not still attractive, it's just they don't look like they did. Like if you would have told them they look like that now versus what they look like in the 90s, they probably fucking would have had their bodyguard pummel you to death. Is there anything that anybody out there in chat wants to talk about? We're all just kind of sitting here just bullshitting and spitballing.
Oh, this is there's a shit ton of movies, but some that like I'm like, what the fuck? I've never heard of it. This is one that is oldie, but there's gonna be a third Terrifier, and I think
A
Kevin
third what?
Terrifier.
Never heard of the first two.
You never heard of the Terrifier?
No.
It is a cult favorite horror franchise movie.
Which means it's probably got to do with clowns.
It's the black and white clown.
Oh, him. Yeah, I know him.
Black and white clown.
Mm-hmm. You see him in a lot of meme pictures.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised you never. Yeah, I'll put it in Discord.
No, because clowns don't bother me.
No, I know that, but I'm actually surprised you've never watched these movies because you've watched a lot of movies. That's kind of crazy. Okay, so any Lord of the Rings fans out there? We will be having another one. We will be having another one in December.
Lord of the Rings, or are we talking the Lord of the Rings series that's on Amazon? Because I know that's coming, season 2. Because Lord of the Rings is another one they need to leave alone. Cult classic.
I mean, it says coming to theaters.
So. Okay, no, because the Rings of Power.
Yeah, this is Lord of the Rings, The War of Rohirrim.
Oh, you know what? I did see the preview for that. Okay.
So
okay.
I would assume that's a movie since it's going to theaters.
Yeah, I do want to see that.
Well, of course. I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan, too.
Rings of Power, the first 2, maybe 3 episodes were a little bit slow, but after that it got really good.
Let me tell you. This one is, we're going to go on a time warp with this movie because it's 183 years before the events of the original trilogy of films. So this will be before the Lord of the Rings.
Well, it's kind of like the new Game of Thrones that they're doing right now. It was supposed to be Jon Snow, but apparently they're doing another one.
Oh, yeah.
No, outside. That takes place 100 years after House of Dragons and 100 years before Game of Thrones.
So in between, okay.
So it's in between. Because the Jon Snow thing would take place after Game of Thrones, because it was when he went back, he was sent back to the wall at the very end.
Okay. Do we want to take a 5
But
break?
I
'Cause I need
haven't.
like a drink and stuff. So.
Yeah, break time. Fuck it.
Okay.
We'll be back, chat. We'll be back. Break time. So tight.
Remember me and Miss November Rain, beautiful and strange, always so inclined, coloring outside the lines. Yeah, you were never on time. You've always been slightly awkward, kinda weird, upside down and not all here. What's wrong with me and you is crystal clear. Sometimes I'm in a room where I don't belong, and the house is on fire and there's no alarm, and the walls are melting too. How about you? I've never been the favorite, thought I seen it all, till I got my invitation to the lunatic ball, and my friends are coming too. How about you? Don't worry, it's all just a symptom of being human. Unpack all your baggage, hide it in the attic where you hope it disappears. This all seems so familiar, but it doesn't feel like home. It's just another unknown. You've always been slightly awkward, kinda weird, upside down and not all here. Right or wrong, it's all so crystal clear. Sometimes I'm in a room where I don't belong, and the house is on fire and there's no alarm, and the walls are melting too. How about you? I've never been the favorite, thought I seen it all, till I got my invitation to the lunatic ball, and my friends are coming too. How about you? Don't worry, it's all just a symptom of being human. Just passing through, passengers on a ship of fools. We're all just passing through, passengers on a ship of fools. Sometimes I'm in a room where I don't belong, and the house is on fire and there's no alarm, and the walls are melting too. How about you? I've never been the favorite, thought I seen it all, till I got my invitation to the lunatic ball, and my friends are coming too, on a ship of fools. Don't worry, it's all just a symptom of being human. My people of this country, and we're under attack. They
get back to it.
Feeling good so far.
Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum,
He's
bum,
back.
bum, bum, bum,
Ladies
bum,
and
bum,
gentlemen,
bum,
this just in. Cryptic has
bum,
lost his
bum,
fucking
bum,
mind.
bum. Let's just say Cryptic lost his mind a long time ago. Cadabra.
Yeah, I didn't even know what the name of that fucking song was until fucking Decays was singing it in Discord the other day. I was like, what the fuck is that? He's like, dude, it's Eminem. I was like, get the fuck out of here.
That's the new Eminem album.
Yeah, I know. I went and listened to it. I was like, dude, this shit's catchy as fuck. God damn it.
Mm-hmm.
The death
All
of
right.
Slim Shady.
So let's hit him with a recap.
All right.
We
What's the
we
recap?
are a little over 2 hours into this. We got about 2 hours worth of talking. We talked about fucking movies for 2 hours
We did.
and actors. Listen, this podcast is up for anything and everything. Obviously, anyone trying to like bait arguments with stupid shit that's trying to get, cause bans and stuff like that.
Adorable.
We're not even going to acknowledge that shit. We're going to act like your little snowflake ass don't exist, right? You don't. You ain't nobody. We don't do that here, Karen. Okay?
You're that bluegill we let go back in the pond to watch
But
it get eaten by
we
a bass.
will talk about anything and everything. So if there's something anybody wants to talk about, we're here. Movies, sports, politics, current events, anything, sex, who cares? Music. Anything and everything goes. Just don't be a retard.
All right.
Karen, you will be kicked.
Sorry, Merce. I gotta go.
Where you gotta go? Oh, you're retarded. Okay.
You were talking about me with me. I had to go.
Yeah, that's just literally the only rule here. Don't try to bait fights. Don't try to bait fights. Don't try to do something that's gonna get somebody's channel
Yeah.
banned or canceled or whatever. Like anyone coming in here knows, hey, we're gonna be talking about a lot of stuff, some of the touchy subjects. It is what it is, but don't sit out here in the crowd and try to bait people into saying stuff that's going to cause a problem because you will be ignored. In fact, you'll probably end up getting banned for it.
Everybody that's in this call right now doing this whole podcast thing right here, I promise you, the three of us probably have more time combined in fucking with people like you than dealing with people like you. Throw that out there.
Oh man, I miss my early on days as a streamer when I didn't give a fuck. I used to fuck with the trolls all the time.
You suck. Thanks.
Fucking trolls come in talking shit. Fucking Chili or Kev or somebody be like, you want me to ban him? I'm like, nah, I got this. How's your dad doing?
Dude, we would literally sit there for hours watching this shit go down. Bro, you got this? Oh yeah, no, we're good. Okay, I'll leave him alone.
I actually only ever had to ban a couple. Usually I made them rage and leave within 15, 20 minutes.
Unless they're a
take long.
bot, that's kind of what I want people to do.
I just sit there and fuck with them. And then on top of that, my chat was big enough. Like I said, usually held quite a viewage. And so the chat would get in on it and fuck with them too. And it would just turn ugly.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
It's like, you're in the wrong neighborhood, bro.
You cross.
We don't do that here.
Well, all right, if you want to.
But I am also the notorious one for killing my own freaking chat with my own opinion, and I've always told people that. Don't come in here saying shit that's gonna hurt your feelings. Like Tom Brady at the Super Bowl a few years ago, babe. I ain't playing. I had like 60 people in my chat, and when that conversation was done, there was 6.
Oh.
It's true.
Because they came in
self-sabotaged.
No, I didn't self-sabotage. They just didn't like my opinion. There was a bunch of them were Tom Brady haters. It's almost hate the guy or love the guy. You have to respect the guy.
He's just a big cheater in my book.
I'm not.
I don't care if he's a cheater or not. They all cheat.
Yeah, this is true.
Jesus Christ, you got 2 dudes fighting for the fucking gold in the Olympics in the women's division right now. They're all cheaters.
Wait, what?
Wait, yeah, what?
What did you say?
So, Jesus Christ, you have two dudes fighting for the gold in the women's division of the Olympics.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They're all
That's a
cheaters.
fucking thing. I thought it was. Wow.
No, that's not a
Oh,
meme. There was one
nice.
from China and the other one's Algeria or something like that.
Terrifier 2. Huh.
But
I'll be
like
damned.
they all cheat. They cheat in baseball. They cheat in basketball. They cheat in hockey.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if somebody under deflating a football by a 2 psi fucks you bad enough, then you suck anyway.
Yeah.
Well, fuck, that's scary.
But
I've been looking at life the wrong way for a long time.
yeah, no, it was just like I get it. It was at that point everyone was tired of seeing the pay. I think that's more what it was. And everybody's going to end up turning on Kansas and Pat Mahomes the same way. Everyone's going to get tired of seeing the same team in the Super Bowl every fucking year. It's just the way it is. Like you can't argue these dudes are who they are.
Yeah.
I just want to throw out that Jacksonville's going all the way this year, completely undefeated, straight to the Super Bowl.
And I want to say the same thing I told you last year. And the year before. And the year before.
And the year before.
And the year before. I hope to God they do.
That would be epic.
I
if it
would
came out.
love that for you. I would love that for you because you are one of 3 people I've ever met in this life that are diehard Jaguars fan, ride or die to the end.
Oh, absolutely.
And then there's me. I'm a traitor.
And I have to respect that. I have no respect for Giants fans.
Mm-mm.
I'm a traitor, okay?
Mm-mm.
I'm a straight up traitor. But I mean, don't get me wrong. Now, hear me out. Hear me out. I have been, since I've watched football from a little girl, always been a Cowboys fan up until Troy Aikman left. And after that, it was just like, I can't do it anymore. Like, they just got all,
Oh my
Bledsoe
God!
made
The
me
horrible
leave.
30.
Okay, it was all Bledsoe's fault of why I left. And then, of course, yes, I went to the Giants.
The horrible past 3 decades of being a Cowboys fan. Yes. Let's make me relive that one.
And then, Eli
Look,
left.
to be fair.
And then,
To be fair,
here we
To
are.
be fair.
And then here we
I
are.
used to be a Pittsburgh Squealers fan until Jacksonville Jaguars entered the franchise. And their first year in the franchise is when I jumped ship, and I ain't moved since then, and I won't.
Yeah.
Win or lose, we'll get there. Oh yeah, I
But-
forgot to check the preseason scores. Fuck, thank you.
listen, man.
We do
like
have preseason football tomorrow. Just saying.
like I said, I've only ever met
Let's
3
fucking
hardcore
go.
Jacksonville fans. You're one of them, and I gotta respect that. I don't blame her for jumping teams. Like it's hard. I don't know why New York was ever the answer anyway.
Because
But-
I liked. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you my reasons. It was a girly reason. I fell in love with Tiki Barber.
Okay.
He
I
was the
can see
reason
that.
why I went.
Cowboys and Rams play tomorrow at 4:30.
But I stayed because of Eli.
Yeah, but we don't have that game.
He did a lot. I mean, he did a lot of bad and he did a lot of good. But then once he left, it was just like I gave it a couple more years.
Yeah, but
after
it's
he left,
not
and
a
it was just like,
televised
eh.
game for us, regardless
I
of you have
think
the
Eli
app or
was
not.
a fine quarterback.
Well, he started
Packers
off,
beat the Browns. That's
growing
I
pains. There
expected
we go.
that.
There's some growing pains there. That's what I was meaning by
Um,
bad. But yeah, eventually,
I wouldn't
Bears
even
fucking
say
screwed them.
growing pains because when he stepped in, he had a pretty good team. But he didn't have the same weapons that his brother had either. You know,
yeah.
Peyton could have easily been a nobody, but he was surrounded by a good team, and that goes for any player out there. They easily could be nobody. I said that about Travis Kelce the other day. He easily could have went to fuck. He could have went to San Diego to where they're not real big. They really don't care about their tight ends, and nobody would know who the fuck he is.
Yeah.
You know, like that goes for any player out there. I think Eli was a fine quarterback, though.
Let's
I
see.
think when it
The
comes down
options
to,
are ABC Plus, CBS, Fox, NFL Network, or Fabu and NFL Plus.
I think that when it comes down to like I said, it's a team sport, and anybody can be recognized for being a great player, and anybody can be not recognized for
Or
anything.
NFL
But
Plus.
you have a few standout players that can do it with absolutely nobodies.
Pick it up at the beginning.
I mean, think back of all the years Tom Brady was in New England.
Yeah.
How many years did he have wide receivers? Nobody knew who the fuck they were. He made those
Who?
wide receivers. He made Gronk.
Yeah.
Like, he made players household name. And there's only ever been a few quarterbacks throughout history who can do that. Aaron Rodgers is another one. I mean,
It's not for me.
he made Jordy Nelson a household fucking name, a white wide receiver. If he would have had Dak Prescott as a quarterback, nobody knew who the fuck Jordy Nelson is.
Yeah. Agreed.
But yeah, I get it though. I get it. Tiki Barber, I got you.
Speaking of Jacksonville, let's go. Currently beating the Chiefs. Let's go.
Listen, man.
I knew Green Bay was going to win. Winning the Browns.
Winning in preseason is just like,
Hey,
winning a preseason game is like being the smartest kid with Down syndrome. I'm just
look,
saying it.
I don't give a fuck. Neither one of y'all two are taking this shit from me. That's a
no,
win.
you can
and right
have
now
it.
we're
You
winning.
can have
Now
all the
I'm gonna
W's
take it.
you need.
Dude, what are you worried about? Didn't the Jaguars beat the Chiefs last season
I'm
in
not
one of their
worried about
games?
it. Yeah, they beat them twice.
It's okay.
No,
The
Like-
Chiefs are the
once.
ones that walked away with the ring, so just
Anybody on it? It's why it's called Any Given Sunday.
Facts.
because the game ain't over
Anybody
till it's
can-
over.
Anybody can be a hero and anybody can be a nobody. It's that simple. But yeah, so they came in and like back at the end, I actually wouldn't even talk about sports or politics or anything on my stream because people would just get all up in their feels.
Oh my god.
And they came in and they kept trying to bait me on the Super Bowl thing. And finally, this was back when I streamed off of PlayStation. I set my controller down. I looked at the camera. I said, I'm going to tell y'all something that's about to hurt all your feelings. You hate him because you ain't him. If he was your quarterback, you'd be sucking his dick instead of screaming about him.
This is true.
At the end of the day, you can sit here and say whatever you want to, but you're secretly a fucking fanboy. And just killed my chat. This shit was hilarious.
It went from a shit ton of viewers to just nothing. Get
I
quiet,
mean, what?
crickets.
You can't argue it.
You really can't though.
So yeah, preseason games we have going on right now is the Buccaneers with the Bengals, the Chiefs and the Jaguars, the Niners, the Titans, Seahawks and Chargers, and then later tonight we have
No.
the Saints and Cardinals.
No established team matters in the preseason. It's teams that you're unsure of, teams that have rookie quarterbacks, stuff like that. Those are the ones you want to watch because you want to see what they're doing. But fucking Dak Prescott's going to go out and take a couple snaps. Fucking Aaron Rodgers is going to go out and take a couple, which actually he may not even walk out on the field until season starts after last year. Who knows?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Pat Mahomes is going to come out, take a couple snaps, and it's going to be backups. You're not going to get to watch anybody you want to watch play.
Oh yeah.
It's like watching Pee Wee football. Which is also why I don't do fantasy draft until
After preseason.
preseason's over.
Yeah.
Because then you got a chance to sit and actually watch these rookies and see who sleepers are and pick people out that you're like, I think this person's going to be good. And then you don't have to worry about people getting hurt in preseason. And you've already drafted. Now you're already in a slump
Yeah.
before the fucking season already started. Because now you're like, oh, well, fuck, everybody's already hoarding the quarterbacks. Now I can't get one. Speaking of, if there's anybody out there in chat that wants to play fantasy football, let us know. Hit us up. We have 2 spots open.
Come
I
play
mean,
with
we
the
have
big
more.
boys.
We have more than 2, but right now, comfortable with 2. um, but
Gonna
no,
be
I
a good
will.
year.
I will say that Kevin has always been a diehard Jags fan.
Oh, thick and thin,
Me,
baby.
me, hate me if you want. Yeah, I've been a Cowboys fan since the mid fucking 90s, right? But I was also an Oilers fan first.
That's an old team.
I love the
Mhm.
Oilers and I love the Cowboys. And when the Oilers left town, that left me with the Cowboys. But the Oilers were my number 1 team. When I was a kid, my family didn't come for money. But when found something Oilers at a garage sale, like a ball cap or something, if there was a Dallas Cowboys hat laying there and an Oilers hat, I got the Oilers hat. Warren Moon was my quarterback.
Yes, sir.
But at the same time, I'm a proud Texan. I'm proud of where I'm from. I like most Texas teams,
What, babe?
college and up. There's only one college team I don't like.
Ah.
I don't have that factor around here. Everybody knows I hate black and red. They're a bunch of crybaby bitches.
Oh. And coming from this town, growing up in this town, I hate them too.
Listen, they're called Red Raiders for a reason because they ride that fucking cotton pony.
I even went to college there for a year, and I hate this team.
Nope. I've been with the Jags since they entered the franchise, and I ain't ever looked back.
But there's not really a football team that I deep down hate either. I mean, of course, I got my division rivals. I have to hate on the Eagles. I have to hate on the Giants. I have to hate on the Redskins. Yes, I said Redskins because fuck the Commanders. They will always be the Redskins, you woke ass snowflakes.
Fucking facts.
Okay, so I can say that I do have teams that I hate, and there's only 2, and it's the 49ers and the Eagles. Absolutely despise them.
I had one team that I hated, and it was for 2 reasons, and they are no longer there, so I have no reason not to like them. I hated the Seahawks. I despise Pete Carroll. He is a cheating piece of shit. That dude should have been banned from football in the fucking 90s. When he got caught doing his shit at USC in the 90s, his rich buddies over in the NFL bailed him out and brought him up, pulled him up to the show, brought him up to the big leagues. So he got bailed out. And I really don't like Russell Wilson. So who does that mean I really don't like this year? Anybody? Where's he at?
Oh boy.
Oh, he's a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
You know, and when I was choosing which football team I should go for this year, it was before I did the Wheel of Death. I was deciding between the Steelers and the Chiefs.
Cock. Look, I
The
live in
dra- the
Pennsylvania, and
draft-
I hate every one of their teams.
The draft could be tomorrow, and Russell Wilson could be in his prime and the best quarterback on the board, and I would never draft him.
No.
I cannot stand that dude. But outside of that, like, I don't really have a team that I just flat out hate. Like, the Cardinals are where Cowboys go to die usually. So you can't hate them. You kind of feel bad for them.
Yeah.
The Saints, the Saints were my rival team for a long time because that would be who would knock the Cowboys out of the playoffs essentially. It was that way for like 4 or 5 years in a row. Came around the end of the season and boom, they fucking knocked the Cowboys out of playoff contention. What I didn't like about Eli was how he ended up with the Giants.
Oh, me too. He went and cried to his
Um,
daddy.
but outside of that, I always thought Eli was a pretty solid player. Um, but I think we've missed out on a lot of good players with bad coaching too. I think a lot of players are misused, just genuinely not liked by their coaches, and the coaches didn't pick who they were get to pick who they were drafting because the owners wanted to pick or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
So they get stuck with them like Jeff Fisher and Vince Young back in the day. Vince Young would have went anywhere other than Tennessee. He probably would have had a good career. RG3 goes anywhere other than freaking Redskins where he's misused and beaten and abused. Probably would have had a good career.
Definitely feel
Um,
that.
but yeah, I honestly think this is going to be a really, really weird season. I'm going to tell you what. Here's the scoop, and I'm going to give it to you. One, for some reason, everybody wanted to be a fucking crybaby last year and tore their vagina. So there was a shitload of players that missed a bunch of games or most of the season last year because of menstrual cramps. We'll just call it what it is. Um, Everybody was hurting their hamstring or their Achilles or their ACL. Like it was just crazy last year how many starting quarterbacks were out, how many starting running backs were out, how many starting wide receivers were out
Yeah.
for most of the season. Those of you that played fantasy football last year, you lived the same fucking nightmare. You know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I lost a lot of my players.
Um, a lot of people have changed teams in the off season. A lot of big names swapped around. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Aaron Rodgers and the Jets because he missed last season, and they were supposed to come out and dominate the fucking league.
Yeah.
I but there's been squabbles between him and the wide receivers in preseason and training camp. So, it's going to be interesting. I don't think the Jets are going to be the powerhouse everybody thinks they're going to be. I definitely think that they make the playoffs this year because if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy, well, if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy, they make the playoffs. No doubt.
Yeah.
I don't think they make the big push though. I don't think they make it to the end. Um, just because it seems like there was more harmony going in the team going into last year than there is this year. There's a lot of discord. Something to do with Aaron Rodgers not coming to OTAs and minicamp and stuff. And now he's pissed off because his wide receivers are overrunning the routes and practice and shit like that. And then you got teams that stacked up on players, and they're about to experience what other teams have in the past, and why you don't stack up on players. Houston is about to have that problem.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs is already throwing a fucking fit down there because he's not getting the passes that he wants or what he's used to in Buffalo.
Okay.
Because he has two other stud wide receivers he has to play with.
Mm-mm.
They were there last year. Like you can't put this many studs in one barn and give them one pussy to fuck. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
There's not enough love to go around because everybody gets bonuses. Like if nobody was playing for a bonus, it would be different. It would be a big deal. If you had everybody on the team that had the big picture in mind of I want my ring, I want that ship, My payday comes secondary, which is how, by the way, the Patriots got all those wins
Yeah.
because none of them played for money because Bill Belichick didn't pay them that kind of money. He said, "You want to win? You come play for me for less money. You want money? Go play somewhere else, and we'll see you on the couch in February."
Yeah, true.
So the Browns lived it last year. They spent all that money the year before in the offseason trade, getting Deshaun Watson up there with everything he was going through with the lawsuits, suspension, and da 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 da. And then their number one running back gets hurt. He's out for the season before Deshaun can ever get back. They lose a wide receiver, and it turns into a big shit show. And then Deshaun comes out and doesn't fucking do shit.
Well, yeah, that was really uncanny.
Yeah, last year was just a really weird season, and I think this year is going to be really good. Uh,
I'm hoping for less injuries this year.
I don't think that we are going to see a Chiefs Super Bowl this year.
I really hope
I don't think we will. I think that enough people moved around. There's enough young. This was a really good quarterback class. A lot of wide receivers moved around. A lot of running backs moved around places you wouldn't expect them to be. Uh, I think Baltimore is going to be the team.
not. Baltimore. Okay.
I think Baltimore is the team to beat on that side.
And why do you think that?
They've got all the pieces together this year.
Fair enough.
I think your I'm trying to think here. Let me. Because the Bengals had a lot of back and forth people leaving. So I think Baltimore takes number one. And I think it's going to be Baltimore and Miami fighting it out for who gets into the Super Bowl on the AFC. Honestly,
I like it
I
'cause
think
it's
I
someone
think those
completely different.
I think those are your two AFC teams. I think that Travis Kelsey's going to be distracted all season. I think that they made a couple of decent pickups at wide receiver, but I don't think it's enough, especially after last year. Like their receivers just kept dropping the ball nonstop. Um, I don't know, Bob. Um, all right. As far as NFC side,
Mhm.
hmm, that's a tough one. There was a lot of injuries on our side. A lot of injuries on our side. But I think we're going to see the Lions up there again.
The Lions were really surprising last year. Like I feel like they've come a long way through the years.
They have a solid team. Um, I it's hard for me to call the other one yet because I really feel like Atlanta's going to do something. I think Kirk Cousins is pissed off,
Mhm.
and he's in Atlanta now, and same same conference as the Vikings. I think he's going to have a point to prove. I don't think the 49ers show up at all. I think it's going to come down to tough one. I think it's definitely going to be the Lions and
And the Ravens.
well, I'm talking for NFC.
Oh, okay.
Sue goes to the Super Bowl. I think it's going to be Lions and the Falcons.
Interesting.
It's either Lions Falcons or it's going to be Lions Seattle. I think our division. I think the Cowboys and the Eagles either are going to run the division because that's what happens every fucking year. New York can't get their shit together.
Yeah. And then the Commanders haven't done crap in forever.
I think well the Commanders are under new ownership and they rebuilt the entire team, so don't count them out. I think they're just too early in phases.
Okay.
I think it's too early on. I think they're going to need a year or two. But as far as established teams, I think the Rams are probably not going to show up. I think San Francisco's not going to show up. The Cardinals might show up. But I'm really thinking those are going to be our top two teams. So what did I say? Baltimore and
Falcons.
Falcons.
Well, you said the Lions and the Falcons.
So yeah,
But yeah,
no.
if you could choose one.
On that side, well, no, on that side, AFC, I think it's going to be the Lions and the Dolphins
Okay.
to see who goes to Super Bowl in NFC. I think it's going to be Lions and Falcons. Coming in behind them, though, I think absolutely the dark horses are going to be the Colts, the Jaguars, Houston. I think any of those three, it's going to, any of those three can come out of that division and just run shit. They've all three got good teams. But Baltimore's depth chart is just too scary not to think that they're going to win the Super Bowl. That is a scary fucking offense. Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, Nelson Aguilar,
Okay.
Mark Andrews. Like, that's some scary weapons right there.
So who do you
God.
think is the quarterback to watch this year?
Are we talking rookies or are we
Anybody? Like, well, just like everyone has of the league, of the entire league.
So who do I think can win the MVP this year?
Sure, if that's how you want to put it.
I don't know. That's too like you couldn't even. I don't even want to put that juju on anybody because they'll come out and get fucked.
Well, like last year, it was like Jalen Hurts.
Well, Jalen Hurts been there for a couple years, and he still had most of his team at that point. He was overhyped.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let me think about that for a second. I think Lamar. Like, I think. I really think the Ravens win the Super Bowl this year. I think Lamar's going to get the MVP. I don't want to put that bad voodoo on him, but
Yeah.
He's got the team for it.
True.
I am interested to see if they can stay healthy. Richardson, Colts quarterback, because he was hurt most of last year.
Hmm.
If he can stay healthy, I think that kid's got a big future. CJ Stroud, I think that kid, like, he can pop off this year and just go fucking nuts like he did last year.
Yeah, he was
Like,
my dude last year.
but like I said, a lot of people got hurt. A lot of starting quarterbacks. I
If
think
you
it
ever
won't.
want
I think
Dallas to win again, you need to recruit Bobby Boucher. That's all I'm saying. Bro.
Well, and just like right now, Prescott, he's not even going to all the games because of his ankle and stuff. So
if Dallas is ever going to win again, Jerry's going to have to be out of the picture. Because
Prescott's hurt already?
Jerry has said for the past 5 years, we're going all in, and then we don't do shit.
yeah,
Like we don't pay players, we don't go out and pay the talent.
I didn't know
It's just-
Prescott was hurt again.
he just has some ankle soreness.
Yeah, it's just it twisted his
Oh.
ankle in training
Yeah.
camp or some shit. I don't know.
Of course it was training camp.
And it ain't. At the end of the day, it ain't got nothing to do with this because he ain't got his contract yet.
What's up, Carl? Oh, dear God.
But hopefully, this is our last year. We have to worry about Prescott anyway. So I'm hoping they don't give him an extension. I'm hoping he moves on and goes and finishes a career somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like in the ticket booth? Probably
Uh,
the only place he could go and not get hurt. But then again, I don't know. Paper cuts can be deadly.
No, all
I'm
that
sorry,
shit's
I'm-
online now. You could get carpal tunnel.
It's as much fun as I make fun of Jeff and the Cowboys. I do not mind the Cowboys at all, but Prescott,
Has got to go.
I would much rather punch myself in the dick with a pair of brass knuckles and say that, he's what makes the team.
Anybody that knows me and has known me for any amount of time, i.e., since he took over, I have never liked Prescott.
Dude, he's the only NFL player. What the hell? Go ahead.
That motherfucker, him and Zeke both had a great first year because they rode a phenomenal front five.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Our offensive line is why they had a good
Good now?
year.
Could have asked me, I would have did it.
I always said Zeke and Dak were
Right here?
both overhyped.
Is that what you're talking about?
At least Zeke showed up and was hurdling people and shit like that. Where Dak, he just never liked Dak.
I don't think so. What is that?
Oh.
Oh,
Wait, how were
something
they?
in the
The game started like 4 fucking hours ago. Okay, I was fixing to say. I was checking the score on the Houston game, and I was like, "The game started like 4 hours ago. Why isn't it the bottom of the third?"
You're fine.
But they also did just get a bunch of rain up there too, so I could have
Yeah.
postponed it. But Texas spanked New York, baby.
But I'm not a Giants fan. Oh, never mind. That's
Yankees.
baseball. Yeah. The Yankees fell off. They started strong.
No, that's because they hit the injury
Yeah.
part of the season at a very bad part of the season.
Very much so.
Where the Astros went through theirs at the
In the
beginning of the
beginning,
season.
yeah.
And now they fought their way back, and now we've got a couple of people coming back from injury that is just in time for the playoff push. But I don't know. Let's see. What are the NFL standings as is right now? Oh, they already played week 1. Fuck. See who has the best stats so far.
Well, we got 3 games tomorrow, so.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I think it's going to be a crazy season, and I'm trying not to talk about these guys because I don't want anybody to come out and get hurt. Because
Yeah.
I hyped them up.
It's going good
I'm,
so
I'm,
far. We haven't even hit the heavy stuff yet.
I'm very jinx heavy when it comes to stuff like that. I have to pay attention because I get worried I'm going to jinx.
Yeah. No, I get it.
So who do you think, babe? Who do you think is who's
Team-wise?
the top 4 teams at the end of the season? Who are the top 4 teams we're watching in the 2 games right before the play or right before Super Bowl?
Okay.
Give me 2 AFC teams, 2 NFC teams.
AFC-wise? And this is without me knowing any, because I haven't really kept up with anybody yet because we've been in baseball. But for some reason, the Bengals always stick out to me.
Bengals do have a good team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've heard good things so far, but like I haven't dived into it yet.
Minus the fact that they lost a few people in the offseason, a couple of key players. They still have some of their key players. So we'll see. I just don't know. I hope you're right. But when your number 1 and number 2 wide receivers are asking for trades, that's usually not a good.
Sign, yeah. But like I said, I haven't dived into anything, so this is just me spitballing. So that's AFC. NFC. I'm gonna say the Saints.
Saints? Okay.
Yeah, that's just those are the two that stick out for me.
Well, so those are your 2. You're saying those are your Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The Bengals and the Saints. Okay. Okay. How about you, Kevin? Who's your Super Bowl?
As much as I want to say I know Jacksonville's going all the way this year, realistically speaking, I see them kind of finishing maybe second or third. Be kind of a bit of a stretch, but one could hope.
They'll definitely be in the playoffs
Oh, for sure.
if they all
Super
stay
Bowl
healthy.
outlooks, I would say Seattle and maybe Kansas City. But then again, I don't know. I haven't really watched anything on Kansas for a while, but I kind of see, as much as I hate to say it, Seattle going pretty far out there this year.
Yeah, the Seattle's definitely in my top 4. I think that they've done a lot with what they had, and they're in a pretty good position this year.
And then I would say maybe
You said who?
Seattle and
Seattle.
KC, but I think they're same division.
No.
No.
Oh,
Opposite.
there you have it. I think KC's just one of those sparkly eye things, like, oh, hey, look, they did badass, so yeah, them again. But I don't know.
That's your prediction?
For the moment, yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay. Babe, what was
Anybody in
yours?
chat want to predict what was mine?
Yeah.
For the Super Bowl.
Yeah, for the Super.
For the Super Bowl.
I'm writing this down in the fantasy league thing. So
Baltimore and Detroit.
You know, I can't even make fun of it. That's respectable. Absolutely respectable. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I would love to see Jacksonville go. Realistically speaking, I don't see it this year. Now, within the next 5 years, give or take, yeah, maybe.
Any given Sunday, anybody can become a star.
That's
I'm
right.
always a star.
You want to be a star, don't you?
I want to be a legend.
You know how I know Chicago ain't doing shit? Because they 2-0 in the preseason right now. That means they got their starters playing right now, and everyone else is playing the third string.
I mean, 33-6 on that last one. That's hilarious.
But yeah, that's my pick. Anybody out there in chat want to give your picks? What y'all got? What y'all got? Throw it at us.
Rumor has it as well. I don't know if you caught up on that or heard anything about it there. Maurice Jones-Drew, one of his, either it's his kids or little brother or some shit, is going to be joining the NFL ranks now.
Oh yeah, there's
I just can't remember which way.
MJD. I don't think MJD would be old enough to have a kid coming out of college. It would have to be brother.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
MJD's probably in his mid-30s.
Yeah.
Although that don't mean anything.
Mm-hmm. Again, it's just rumor. I don't even know if it's fucking true. I just remember reading it somewhere. I have no idea of the reality to it.
Yeah, but there's a lot of them out there right now that their legacies are coming into play, and we're about to see.
Oh yeah. All I know is whoever the hell it is, if they play anything like good old MJD, then someone is going to be in for a world of hurt. That old boy could move back in the day.
I will be surprised if the Cowboys win more than 2 games this season.
I see him winning at least 6.
I think that they are going to shoot for dead last.
Thank you. Hell yeah.
And then Jerry's going to shop, and if they don't get number 1 overall pick, Jerry's going to shop Dak.
You think so?
Yep.
I just realized
Because next year we're going to see who wins the Arch Manning lottery.
Yeah.
Because he'll be in the draft next year.
That is
And so
true.
will Sanderson, Shiloh. And one of them is automatically a Dallas legacy. So, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We shall see.
I just realized you changed your name.
Oh.
Well, mine did.
Well, I figured people in the podcast might want to know who they're talking to and not fuck a senpai.
Well, they can't see your name, so.
What are you, stepladder? What are you doing, stepladder? Help me.
God, morons.
I didn't even say anything. What the hell? Why am I a moron?
This is what I'm surrounded with.
Hey, you chose to be
Look,
surrounded by both of us. I don't want to hear it.
I just want to throw that out there that you could at any time just say fuck this and step away.
Exactly.
You choose to hang out.
Exactly. And you choose to be with me. So
That makes you just as stupid as the rest of us. Yay!
you
Dance, puppet dance.
you chose to love me. So
You chose this life.
Anyways,
do you want to get into some heavy stuff now? Because
I mean, we're just kind of chugging along. I mean, we
well,
haven't even
because
really
I
got into
I
anything.
really want to talk about this plane,
Oh, which plane?
the one where the AI is in it, and there's no.
Oh, is that picture bothering you?
It is bothering me.
I bet
Is
you
it
it's a
just
Delta
eating?
It
flight.
is.
Is it just eating at you? Drag it over
Yes.
and put it on the screen so everybody can see it.
One sec. Let me find the
Gotta be a
picture.
Delta flight.
You know,
No, so what I'm gonna do.
AI can generate anything, right? But
Mhm.
people just generate stuff and they get sloppy, and they don't think other people pay attention to stuff because 90% of you motherfuckers out there are sheeple. But um, no, so they have been accusing Kamala's fuck, what would you call them? Her entourage, her escort, or well, she would be the escort.
That's
Oh
so
no,
fucked
I
up
get
on so many levels.
her staff
Yeah.
of like AI generating like the stadiums being sold out and shit like that. Later, Carl.
Good night, Carl.
Thanks for stopping by, brother. Much love.
So this picture, Kev, if you look, I don't know if you can see
Yeah,
where we've been putting all this stuff.
I'm looking at the picture she's got up in the live feed, Discord.
So all these people out there just standing there with Kamala coming off of Air Force Two, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just this huge crowd of people welcoming her. First of all, they don't let that people get close to them. Not in the open like that. Like if this
No.
was a rally and people had been vetted and all that stuff, went through security, then there would be that many people that close.
Right.
But not just at an airport.
Right.
If you look where the red circles are at on this airplane here, look at the reflections.
There's
There's
nothing there. There's
Oh.
nothing there.
Oh, what the fuck?
Here's a closer
Okay.
picture. That's the building.
Oh, someone fucked up somewhere.
So they AI generated it, photoshopped all these people in there to make it look like she had several thousand people welcoming her off the plane. But hey, somebody forgot about physics and reflections, obviously.
Hmm.
Oh, that's so fucked.
Yeah, it's super crazy. And this isn't the only, like, this isn't the first picture that's been
So when
surfacing
you
around.
when you look at the picture, you can't zoom in on like I can, Kev. She'll have to give you access to this room. But if you could zoom in on it like I could,
Yeah.
all those people up here aren't even there.
No.
They are way the fuck back, and there's not even nearly that many people. But the people that are there are way the fuck back by the hangar behind a barricade. You can see that in the reflection, and
Yeah,
there's
I can
only a
see that
couple
in
of
the-
people standing up close.
Yeah, the reflection right there off the engine. Yeah, there is like
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe 50, 60 people there in total, and they're
not
way the
not
fuck
even.
back.
Yeah, they're way back there, and they're spread out in a line across the front of that building to probably make it look like there was more than there actually was. But yeah, like there's nothing in those reflections.
And that was a looping video that you just played.
Yeah. I was trying to.
It's fucking hilarious how they don't show the airplane in the video.
But dude, people believe that shit all along. I've been seeing this
Okay,
whole.
so yeah, here's another angle of it.
Well, hold on. All day long, people have been doing this whole. Well, while this is going on, Joe Biden's just chilling on the fucking beach with his family, and Kamala's nowhere to be seen. And I'm like, hold on. I can get on board I can partially get on board with, oh, well, this person's taller, so that's not him in this picture or this video. But you're not going to tell me that the current sitting president and his wife are sitting on a beach with other people around them with no Secret Service in sight.
Oh,
Right?
absolutely
They're
not.
all by themselves.
That's not like, and the only ones showing this video were C-SPAN. I'm like, if you guys believe that's actually him, go jump off a fucking bridge.
Yeah.
Like
Look, I don't want to
they
be that
would
guy, but
he,
all this
if he
shit
if
going on
he's
with Trump, he is not. No, Biden is not by himself. By
if
any means.
Biden's at a beach, they're on an island with nobody else on it right now.
Yeah, that's damn good, baby.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, this
Hazmat crews are on scene to an explosion that occurred at a chemical plant in Theodore, Alabama.
I did see
Mhm.
that earlier.
Whew.
But
Hours
here's
ago.
here's the supposed picture from a different angle from a fan in the crowd, and you
Okay.
can see that they are all behind a barricade. There's no one that close to the plane
No.
at
Yeah.
all.
Well, it's just like last night they whatever hockey team's stadium they were at, or not stadium because they don't play in stadiums,
Arena.
arena.
Mhm.
They had like all the curtains pulled down on the top row to make it look like the whole thing was full, so nobody sees empty seats up there.
Mm-hmm.
They pulled all the curtains down to make it look like the whole building was packed. Like I said, it's all smoke and mirrors.
Oh yeah.
Mhm. Well,
But I mean, what do you expect from a freaking campaign that's paying influencers to go talk shit about the other incumbent? And like, and it's funny that all these streamers and influencers are snitching Kamala's staff out. They're not just saying, "Hey, they offered me X amount of money to do this." They're showing this emails. Like, hey, they offered me $10,000 to say, well, Trump looks like he's struggling with Alzheimer's. Like, they're actually showing these emails selling the staff out.
yeah.
Like, shit's hilarious. Did you see the, you gonna show your favorite picture, baby?
Oh.
Oh, there's more? Oh God.
Oh yeah, I sent her one yesterday. I said, you're welcome.
He was trying to make me laugh.
I love
Once
those
you
kind
see
of
it,
pictures.
once you see it, you'll never unsee it.
Oh fuck. Oh man.
Let's have it, baby.
I did. It's up there.
Me's a
Not
Jar
from
Jar
you,
Binks
it's not.
and
Yeah.
Kamala Harris.
How fucking far behind am I
Mm-hmm.
here? You'll never unsee it, man. At first I was like, she looks like Sid the Sloth, but you stick her beside Jar Jar, and I'm just like,
It
bro.
really is an insult to Jar Jar, Corey.
But it's like, come on, man. You'll never unsee that.
Like, I had a cat named Jar Jar Jinx for this reason right here, and it pains me to kill to say she looks like her.
Shit was fucking hilarious, man. The moment I saw that, I was like, I gotta show everybody this.
Oh my god.
That's fucking phenomenally funny.
So, I mean, it was funny because they threw this fucking concert to get all these people to show up. And as soon as the fucking stripper leaves the stage and Kamala comes up, like half her crowd got up and left. So ever since then, they've just been AI generating the crowd. And somebody really fucked up in that photo because they could have at least, had the due diligence to go, oh shit, there should be a reflection here.
Oh, for real. Like, she had,
They're so confident that they've got this in the bag that they're not even trying. Like this dude, you see better street magic than this walking down the strip in Vegas. Like this is just lazy, unfinished stuff, bro. It's just weird as fuck.
and then here's this video you did where they're trying to keep the electric cars and stuff like that, but reduce population.
Oh yeah, so everybody needs to pay attention to that line right there. And like it really caught me. Like I read the thing on it. I was like, wait, let me go listen to this. And she flat out says it.
vehicles and
About how
reduce
we need to reduce our population.
More of
Yes.
our children can breathe clean air and drink clean
And it's
water.
like,
When we invest in
so
clean
I'm sitting
energy
there and I'm
and
like, you
electric
know, I
vehicles
can't
and reduce
disagree.
population,
I think a mass genocide is needed, but
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say for any side in particular. I'm just saying there's a lot of stupid fucks out there. Um, but uh, yeah, how's a presidential candidate gonna go up there and talk about reducing our population?
Yeah.
Like that shit's fucking crazy, dude. Like,
When did we go to China?
and then, well, no, and then I'm like, I'm kind of looking around for other stuff where that's been said by that side quite a bit, and it has.
Hmm.
A lot of the Democrats side with that, reducing the population. And then I stumbled across
Makes
this
sense.
article from the former Pfizer VP talking about how COVID doesn't exist. It never did. And how basically what it alludes to, what I read and everything,
Hmm.
is the way they forced people to take the COVID vaccinations is to thin out the herd.
Yes.
They're trying to kill me. Is that the
Well,
co-
I
is that
mean,
is that the COVID one you put?
during COVID, if you went in with a gunshot wound to the chest, they were saying you died from COVID. They were trying to hype the stats.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yep.
My
And
aunt who died, well, they said from COVID, she went into the hospital because of COVID. Then they found out she had, I can't remember what the disease is called or cancer is called, but basically it's a cancer of the blood, the protein in your blood.
Yep.
And she died 7 days later from that. But they're saying on her death certificate that it was from COVID, not from that. But apparently she had had this forever and didn't know about it. And she was an elderly woman, so she was, stubborn to go to the doctor. But obviously, COVID sent her to the doctor. And I've always um, felt that she didn't die from COVID. I felt she died from the cancer. And
Right.
so it made me question a lot of things regarding if they're really hyping these numbers up, like you're saying.
well,
I know for a fact they are, and that's just based off of personal experience. Like,
I'm not gonna go down the rabbit hole of COVID doesn't exist because
no,
I had
no, no,
COVID
no.
too. But do I think that COVID is what they blew it up to be worldwide? No, I really don't. I uh I think the majority of people died from flu and pneumonia, just like every year. Um, COVID comes out and it attacks pretty much the same age groups, young and old,
Mhm.
as the flu and pneumonia and stuff. And that time of year when the flu and pneumonia is prevalent, and people go get flu shots. Well, if you're giving out flu shots that are gonna infect other people, I mean, we go line up for this shit, and I don't get flu shots,
Yeah, same.
I never have, and I never
but
will.
millions of people do. So
Flu shot.
what if they hyped up the dose of flu shots to where they knew they were going to affect everybody that they came in contact with, and they were going to affect everybody they came in contact with? Yeah, some people had good enough immune systems that they never even caught COVID, but I think I don't disagree with that. I think a lot of people in the next few years are going to die from getting the COVID vaccination. Is ultimately what that article comes down to.
Yeah.
I think
Have you or a
worldwide.
loved one been affected by a COVID vaccination shot? Call us now to test or to see how far you are capable in this lawsuit.
Well, I can tell you how bad my health got after I got COVID, and I
Oh,
don't know if it was from the COVID shot or from COVID itself.
right.
I know where I got it from,
Yeah.
and I don't have an immune system, so I didn't have any choice but to take a shot. But at least my doctor was smart to say, "Hey, no, you're not just going to take any shot. You're going to wait until I find a shot
Right.
that I'm comfortable with you taking,
Yeah.
and we'll go from there."
Good
See, I
morning.
never got
Um,
any of the
Yeah.
vaccinations, any of that shit. No. Mm-mm.
yeah, my doctor was like, "No, you're not just going to get a shot because," he goes, "I will find." He goes, "We're going to give it some time. We're going to do this." Because I was upfront with him about it. I was like, "I don't want it, man. You're not going to sit here and tell me that it takes 18 months to properly come up with a tested vaccine on tens of thousands of people, and they did it in 3 weeks."
Right.
And he's like, "Yeah, no, you're not just going to go take that." I think that within the next few years, people are going to start dying from this, and it's going to be the first round of the people that early on went and jumped up there that fucking sheepled it right up and fell in line. And then I think over the next 10 years, a lot of people worldwide are going to die off from this fucking vaccination that they took.
Yep.
Because, like I said, I don't know what made my health worse. I don't know if it was getting COVID or the COVID shot, but I could tell you my health is nowhere what it was 5 years ago.
I've always
And
had.
and it has well. So when did I get COVID? I think it was December of 20.
Before it was big and.
It first, yeah, it was when it first came out. I didn't because it came out in what, like February,
And it was announced
Early
in
March.
February, March of 2021.
and I got it in December. So the very first year it was out, I got it, but I did not get a COVID shot for a full year,
Yeah, I never
waiting
got
for
one.
them to do their testing and stuff. So, but I can tell you that it was one of the two. Like I know my health's not where it was anywhere near it.
Yeah.
My lung capacity is not where it was. My heart capacity is not where it was. My brain capacity is not where it was. My muscle capacity is not where it was.
No,
But
I'm
these are
stuck,
all
baby. Thank
symptoms
you.
of
That's
what I
pretty good.
live with anyway every day. It's just compounded on top of it.
I ate over 3/4
So it's hard to pinpoint for someone like me. But I think that I,
It's good.
I believe it. I believe that they are trying to mass genocide worldwide. And I think it's a fear of if we don't get rid of some of the population, we're not going to have the resources we need, which is why they're doing these moon pushes and Mars pushes now, trying to see if they're inhabitable and shit like that. There's a lot of shit that we don't know that we're never going to know until they want us to know. But at the same time, I also firmly believe that you should have to have a petition signed by friends,
Yes,
family,
please.
and neighbors and coworkers before you're allowed to fucking breed. Because stupid people just keep breeding stupider people. What's up, Corey? Welcome in,
What's
brother.
up? How we doing?
You came in while I was on soapbox. My bad.
No, you're good. I wanted to let you get your rant out before I jumped in.
And I mean, that's just how I feel about it. But I felt that way the whole time. I felt like there was always something bigger. And
Fair
I
enough.
wouldn't say I'm a conspiracy theorist by any means. I've just always looked between the lines. I've always had the knack for that, and I have the training for that. I was trained to read between the lines. So while everybody's over here going, "Oh my God, look at the pretty lights," I'm like, "What's that in the shadows over there?" You know.
Yeah. I also
Um,
feel that COVID shots were, I don't know, I feel like they were seeing how many people would go for it, or I guess comply with government mandating things.
see how many would comply before they did the fear mongering.
Yep.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I felt like it was a big back push. Not a lot of people took the shot. I was forced to take the shot.
A lot
Otherwise,
of
I would have
people
lost.
were forced.
Otherwise, I would have lost my job. It's the only reason I have it. But I didn't get any of the 18 boosters that are available.
Oh, hell no.
I've only gotten the
Um,
first shot that came out.
I had the shot and the booster because
I don't have any of the boosters.
I had
yeah,
that. I
I was
think
the
it was
one and
Pfizer.
done.
But mine was set up in a two-phase shot. Like
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was in that range.
I got that one. I got the Pfizer, the first one. And it was 2 weeks. I had to do it 2 weeks apart.
Yeah, that would be the one that I did. But yeah, dude, I really feel like there's a lot more to it than we know. And how much of that around the world did they actually make people take the shot too, or was that just something that was fed to us through social media news? And we had no choice but to believe it because who was allowed to go outside?
And who was to tell us otherwise? Like, because
Yeah,
we didn't know. There, like, not a lot of people knew about
yeah. I
this.
can't go over here and talk to my Chinese neighbors and see if their friends and family back home are taking these shots because I'm not allowed outside.
They were also locking people up in apartment buildings
Hmm.
for periods of time.
I
Hazmat
know.
suits, lockup buildings.
I know when I first got COVID, which was January of 2021, the CDC is the one who told me to do the shot. And I still have a nurse constantly calling me every 3 months because I had to start taking vitamins and start doing this. I lost my hair. I you know, had what they called a COVID induced pneumonia. And I was put in the hospital on a ventilator. I mean, it was horrible. And I've had COVID 4 times now. And I'm probably working on the fifth. But um, it was horrible. It was really horrible. And I mean,
It's,
I don't know if it's real or not, but whatever the fuck this is horrible.
there's always some kind of smoke and mirrors. I mean, look, while we're in the middle of a pandemic and the world's dying, oh hey, UFOs are real, by the way. You know, so it's
And my
I
immune
I think
system, I've had a really bad immune system since I was 3 years old. So I catch everything. And then ever since I've had COVID, since the first time, I've caught everything even more. And so it's like I can't even walk outside and I'll get sick. 'Cause I just catch
so
everything.
I'm gonna go a little bit further into this rabbit hole and kind of blow Corey's theory wide open for him. I agree with you 100%. I think that it was a test on a couple different levels of okay, so how many people are going to fall in line and go do it because we told them to, and how many people are we going to have to force to do it, and how many people are going to fight back.
Mm-hmm.
So now they have a good judgment line of
Where people
we've been
lie.
threatening, we've been threatening to take their guns away. So now we have a good line of who's going to comply, who's going to have to be forced, and who are we going to have to kill.
Yeah.
Now they have a good line for that. And I wouldn't have even been so far down that one if it hadn't been for, Kamala's pick for VP. He put that bill through of, well, if you refuse to let your child turn into a transformer, then the state's just going to come take them from you. So now they have a good line of if they go nationwide with that, how many people are going to comply, how many people are going to have to be forced, and how many people are they going to have to kill?
I mean,
I remember the
Sure.
good old days of just going out back and picking a switch off the tree.
And drinking out of the water hose.
Yes.
I don't know. I feel like the gun fight's going to be the biggest fight.
Well, and like, I was, just recently at Jeff's, and me, Jeff, and his dad were all talking about this, and I didn't even know half the stuff they told me had happened. But, back when they were trying to do it, a few years ago, Jeff and his dad informed me that they just, what did y'all, they taxed the shit out of the ammo.
No, yeah, when Obama was in office.
Yeah,
So when Obama was in office, he signed this treaty with China and the UN. They were going to force American citizens to hand over basically any AR style rifle and any handgun that held anything more than like
7
8 rounds. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
So basically, they were going to restrict us on what firearms we could own and what we couldn't outside of semi-automatic and automatic. And the American people start screaming and throwing a fit about it, left and right, da 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 da. You can't do that. That's an overreach. She signed it in the middle of the night. Which, surprise, surprise, Obama signed all of his stuff in the middle of the night when people were sleeping. But while this is going on, Obama's administration gets caught red-handed gun running into Mexico, giving the cartels firearms. It was called Operation Fast and Furious. And Obama's name was all over it.
Yep.
And he denied, no, I didn't sign that. I didn't know anything about it. Ultimately, the Attorney General stepped up, took the hit for it, went and sat in a cushy country club for a couple years and is taking care of the rest of his life because he took one for the chief, right? Dude's rich the rest of his life if he wasn't already. So at the same time, they're like, look, we know we can't take their guns away from them because it's going to be a big fight. So what do? Hey, by the way, how much is a box of 9mm shells? $8? Let's bump that up to say $40. We'll let them keep their guns.
You just can't shoot them.
We just won't make it affordable for them to shoot them. So then people are like, okay, that's the game you want to play. We'll just start loading our own ammo.
Stockpiling and making
So
ammo.
People went and started stockpiling all the shit to make their own ammo. So Obama pushes another bill through in the middle of the night that says companies that manufacture the components needed to build your own ammo, they have to meet these specifications. In your primer caps that go in the end of your bullets that the firing pin hits have to be corrosive, and they corrode beyond use after such amount of time. So if you have a box of ammo sitting around for a year, it's not going to be shootable.
So you have to use it during that certain amount of time where it goes bad, basically, right?
Pretty much.
Yep.
And that's probably not the specific timeline. I haven't followed up with any of that.
Yeah.
But that's the idea behind it. It's always a smoke and mirror. It's what are you doing? You're showing me something fancy or something really scary. What the fuck are you actually doing?
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's what it comes down to. Like every fucking time. So, hey, COVID hit worldwide, da 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 da. It's it's killing millions of people. All right, they got what they wanted. Some lab in China cranked out some kind of virus that this fucking worldwide cabal or whatever they fucking call them all got on board, snuck it into all the countries, knowing that they were going to infect millions of people and a lot of people were going to die. But hey, all the rich people knew they were safe.
Yeah.
So yeah, you knocked off if you managed to knock off a quarter of the world's fucking population, that's a quarter less of the world's population that you have to control. And then the rest of them, say over the next 5 to 10 years, another quarter of them are going to die off because we gave them this toxic fucking shit that kills them slowly or sterilizes them, whatever. Maybe you never know. That might have been the play right there. You might have a whole bunch of kids out here that they're not going to be able to have kids because COVID sterilized them. But hey, we're going to push the transformer agenda through, so maybe nobody will pay attention because all these kids all of a sudden want to identify boys and girls and pajamas and kitty cats, and
Identify as a fox with missiles, thank you.
so they push this whole agenda. Well, if you can get half the population to agree to go from male to female and female to male, they can't have kids anyway. So how does anybody know that the shot was to sterilize a population for 20 years?
Yeah.
Because if they would have just come out and said, hey, you know, COVID really only affects kids, all these kids need to get these COVID shots, people would have been like, hey, hold on. Oh, it affects old and young people and people in this age range, but just not as bad. Okay, well, you just described the fucking flu to me, asshole.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, all I'm gonna say is, like, when this shit first started, like, before we quote unquote knew what it was, that's probably the sickest I've ever been in my entire life that I could remember. And then it literally lasted about the same length as one would have with the flu or a bad case of bronchitis or whatnot. And then I've been perfectly fine. I mean, yeah, I still have this cough that won't fucking go away. But I just kind of associate that with the fact that, one, I'm overweight, two, I'm old, three, me smoking, you know, like, there's other factors in play here that would make me go, huh, okay. I never got any of the vaccines. I was told I had to. I never did. I never got any of the boosters. Nothing. And I won't. There ain't nothing you can say on this planet to make me fucking go force me to take a shot. Fuck that. You can
I
tell
can
me
tell
I'm
you,
gonna die tomorrow without taking the vaccine, and I'm still not gonna take it. Which one's that
I
one?
think if I hadn't smoked all the weed I had in my life, mine would have been way worse. I would have been one of the ones that ended up on the ventilator.
Right?
My lungs were always so fucking strong, dude. Even back when I smoked. Like the doctor said, like, you have like really strong lungs for someone who smokes a pack a day.
Welcome
And
to the big world.
ever since I got COVID and got the shot and everything, there's times where I struggle to breathe, walk across the
Want
damn
me to
house.
put him down then? Go get her.
So the shit's wild, man. Like it's like, what does it come down to? Is it my genetic disorder I have,
Right.
or is it because I got sick, or is it because I got a vaccination?
Yeah. And we'll never know.
Oh, we'll know fucking 10, 15 years from now when all these old rich fucks are dead and nobody can charge them with anything.
Well, yeah, okay. So we'll know, but it'll probably be too late for you to do anything about
And
it.
it'll be too late for the rest of us.
Yeah.
But hey, if you had kids or any family down the line, they're going to get money off of it, I'm sure. But,
Yeah.
well, I say that, I don't know. There may not be any money left to give them fucking $30 for flipping fucking burgers.
Right.
Corey, how do you feel about that?
He will be right back. He went to go take his chickens
Oh.
out.
Hi guys. Welcome to the big world. Yeah.
Wait, when you say he went to go take his chickens out, was
Yeah.
he cooking chickens or was he letting his chickens out like people let their dogs
Okay,
out?
so he said just putting the chickens away. Be back in like 5 minutes, if that. So I don't know if they're real chickens, like alive chickens, or if it's like.
Well, yeah, because if he's got chickens that he let free range,
Well, I
they
don't.
lock
I
them
don't
up.
know.
You lock them up at night.
So I don't know if he's gonna, or if
That's what
he's
Mom
like
does with
setting some
hers.
out to thaw out and then putting them. I don't know. I just know that's what he
Most
said.
people, most people that have like a couple dozen chickens or less, they have property. They'll free range them, and then at night they'll round them up and put them in the chicken pen, so they don't have to worry about.
Yeah, that's what
So
Mom
they're
does
not
with
they're
hers.
not shitting in the same spot 24/7, and they're getting out and running around the yard eating bugs and stuff. Also, it's a lot easier to go into a chicken coop and get eggs when you can rush them all outside and go in there and not get sick.
Okay, okay.
The risk you run with free range and chickens though is cost of
Predators.
business. Really,
Yep.
yeah. Hawks, shit like that.
Mom
Owls.
partially free roams hers. Like, they have an enclosure that they go in
Mhm.
that has a protective roof over it, but she still goes out at night and lets them into the roost and then seals them off in there at night.
Yeah.
But
Well,
we
that's
live out
more
in the
to
middle of
keep.
nowhere, so
That's more to keep foxes and shit like that
right.
from getting to them. Yeah, the covered it's for during the day for hawks and shit like that. Usually, when you lock them in the coop, is to keep foxes and raccoons and shit like that from getting to them.
Yeah. Yeah, being out in the middle of nowhere, we got a lot of wildlife out here that's the more dangerous stuff comes out in the early evening, late evening hours.
I hear
I mean,
you
we
have
got-
a fat fucking barefooted Bigfoot run around, eh?
That's right.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Talking about me.
Oh.
I figured you'd have picked up on that with
Babe, I'm
barefoot.
too high. I'm too high for this.
I mean, I would assume that Bigfoot would be barefoot anyway.
Okay, so
I'd think Bigfoot.
I'm too high for this to think for myself, and then two, I don't ever want like whenever someone calls someone else fat, I don't want to be like assuming that we just know who we're talking about.
If somebody calls someone fat around here, it's me, Kevin, Cole, or Sam, and we all four have the right to call each other fat.
That's fine. I just don't want to assume, because
We
Oh, no,
are
you're
not
fine.
just fat. We are brothers. We are allowed to call each other fat.
that's fine. But just on my point of view, I don't want. And then, especially like Sam, he's gonna be like, "Oh my God, you think I'm fat now?" So I don't.
He
That would
is.
be the first
Sam.
one to tell you that.
I
he's
know, but
fat.
towards me.
Yo, no, I got you.
Cole's the only one that gets a little bashful sometimes of being called fat.
I'm a fat girl too. Just don't call me fat.
PH,
I'm not
baby.
fat. I just ain't never
Oh,
missed a
all the
meal. That's all.
PHs. I think Corey's back from doing things with his chickens.
I apologize.
Good.
Goddamn
Goddamn
moo-moos. What the
moo-moos.
fuck are you talking about? You
Fate C.
who's a moo-moo, you motherfucker?
Goddamn moo
I want to wear a moo. I would rock that shit.
He calls me the
So,
barefoot Bigfoot
Corey.
because in every picture I'm in, I never have shoes on.
I actually have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Oh God.
As someone that works in the food industry,
Oh God.
Yes.
do you think that anybody flipping burgers ever deserves $30 an hour?
No.
There
What do you
go,
think? Well,
ladies
okay,
and
so
gentlemen.
what do you think is an acceptable amount?
I mean,
Would depend on the
it depends on
experience.
the experience, depends on the place.
The experience, the place, and the education. If we're talking fast food, bitch,
Hey, Freya.
you deserve
Hey, Freya.
$7.50 like the rest of the fucking country.
I mean, if you put everything in my bag, maybe we can talk. But
If you've
nine times out
been
of 10.
there, you deserve your raises and all that stuff, right? If you work in an actual restaurant, I could see you making $10, $11, $12 an hour working the hotline, grilling up burgers. If you work in a high-end restaurant, typically you went to school for that, so yes, you deserve a little more.
I'm here,
Because
buddy.
then you're not just flipping burgers, you're creating culinary art.
Okay, well, yeah, that's a total different than a fast food restaurant. I was
Okay.
only
Yeah.
speaking for a fast food restaurant.
Yeah, fast food, not so much. To me, fast food is a entry level position.
Yeah.
It's not
It's a
high school job.
to survive on or live on.
You can't
You
sustain a
can.
family on it. You shouldn't
Sure
be
we
able
can.
to.
No, it's not meant
but-
to. If you want to sustain a family in fast food, you become a manager.
Yeah.
We'll have to.
Even
introduce
then,
them
that's a
slowly.
struggle.
Yeah.
And then it also depends. Yeah, you have a degree. That helps out a lot. Then it depends on the level of dining or fine dining then hotels, quite a lot of places, especially if you get into the Michelin star restaurants.
I was totally in
Listen,
those and I left. So,
I have a friend that went to Cordon Bleu in Dallas
Mhm.
and got his degree and everything. He got so fucking lucky. Before he graduated, he was given the opportunity to go fill in for one of the teachers there because they were having their kid or something. I don't remember, but they did what's it called? I can't remember what it's called, but I'll give you the idea. So basically, he goes up there, and it's in an office building. He goes up there at 4 o'clock in the morning and makes or preps breakfast, preps lunch, cooks the breakfast, serves all the CEO, CFO, all the executives, executive chef. That's what he is,
Mhm.
and then leaves his sous chef to do their lunch that he's already prepped. So basically, he works from 4 o'clock in the morning until like 10 o'clock in the morning, and this fucker makes 6 figures a year, Monday through Friday.
Yes. There's
He
definitely
got
some cushion jobs in
so
that.
lucky.
Yeah. I had chosen higher education, so I'm in colleges now. But I have a standard of life. Yeah, money isn't 100%, but benefits make it worth it. But to me, especially if you pick college, like if I went to the CIA, I'd be in so much debt right now. And I don't know why people go to Johnson & Wales at Culinary Institute of America. It's a name thing,
yeah.
but you
Like
will
like
never.
Cordon Bleu.
Yeah, you will never make that money to pay off that loan
Yeah.
unless you get lucky, like that individual did, or you work up the ranks years after year,
Bust your ass for 30 years.
kill your body, do massive amounts of drugs and alcohol, and then
Yeah, we're
maybe one
talking
day
what 14-hour days at least.
minimum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I never got
Yeah.
to use any of my college degree. I have a couple of degrees in cybersecurity and network engineering. Never once got to use anything from that shit. Got out of college, went straight to the oil fields, and then Coast Guard for a while. Coast Guard was actually what paid for my college.
Then I know another guy that went to Cordon Bleu in Dallas as well. He got out. He got hired on with it was either Hilton or Marriott at their finer hotels, not the ones that we can afford to stay at, but their finer ones.
Yeah.
And within 2 years, he got lucky. The sous chef was gone, so he got promoted to sous chef. And then 3 years later, within 5 years, he was head chef of that hotel and makes bukus of fucking money.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have a lot.
But that motherfucker lives in that hotel.
It's one of the
He
reasons I
is
got
there.
out of hotels.
He is there like 16 hours a day, 6 days a week.
Yep. No vacations. You have pretty much your own room at the hotel too. I had
I'll
one.
take it back. His family lives well. He lives at the hotel.
Yep. There it is. Yeah, I was a food and beverage director for Hilton and an executive chef for Marriott. So I've lived it. I've lived it all. Actually, on my 21st birthday, I became the executive chef for Marriott hotels.
Oh, dude, you should have stayed, man.
I couldn't. I just couldn't keep up. It's hard. But I went to second education. Now I'm a general manager, so it all works
There you
out.
go.
You're brewing your own beer.
Brew my own beer, get my certificate for professional
See,
beer
that's
brewer.
where it's at now, right there, man. That's where it's
You
at.
gonna send me some?
You get in
Yeah,
with
no,
you
it's
get
out.
in with one of these companies that have restaurants, but they're their own brewery, like
Yep.
BJ's Brew House, and you make your way up to the top ranks on that.
You're set. Yeah.
Oh, that's just loads of money.
Yeah. But right now, just with kids and benefits, I mean, I go to college for free. My wife goes to college for free. Our kids will go to college.
That's
for free.
worth it right there.
Our retirement plan is amazing. It's probably one of the best retirement plans. I get 15% a month of my salary into my retirement funds, which is great.
Oh, dude, if you're living comfortably enough that you can put 15% in, then yeah,
I only have to put in
you're
5%.
doing pretty good.
My company pays me
Oh,
10%, so 15 altogether. And then bonuses and everything else will go into my retirement. I opt for that. So one day I can retire happily, but until that point, it is what it is.
So I
but yeah,
found that
so it's
post
fair.
that I was
It's,
looking for.
it's fair to say that if you work at McDonald's, you don't deserve $30 an hour. So fuck you, California and Governor Newsom,
No, yeah, the California shit is
for trying to
ridiculous.
wreck the entire country.
Yep. I'm surprised they haven't seceded yet.
Give it time.
Oh, dude, imagine being a chef in California, dude. You would have probably lost your job.
Yep. If you worked in any of those places and some other
Yeah.
places too, mom and pop shops especially.
Yeah, you lost your job because nobody could afford to pay that, dude. Even at the hotels, I mean, you got to think, starting out low level at a hotel or something like that, you're not making, you're making maybe $10, $11, $12 an hour, right?
Yeah,
So
housekeeper,
in it, well, I'm talking about kitchen staff, and then all of a sudden they have to pay you $30 an hour.
Yep. And
Guess
then
who
they're
ain't
gonna
gonna be working at that hotel no more?
But if they were to give an entry level position $30, then people that have been there or in higher level positions,
Yeah,
now they're
then
starting
they
at
have
least
to.
40, 45.
Yeah. I mean, you took and raised the minimum wage in the entire state to $30 an hour. Overnight, you killed your entire fucking state.
Yep. And you lost a huge company. You lost X is now going to Texas.
X, Chevron, actually, there's 10 of them. I was just reading an article on that. There was 10 companies that are left or are leaving California to Texas, and so of course 3 of them was Elon because you got X,
Yep.
Tesla, and SpaceX. Then you had Chevron last week, and there were 6 others that said no, we're leaving and going to Texas. We're not doing that.
Yeah.
And another one of them was another energy company.
Shocker.
And I mean, that's all the tax money gone for California, the amount of taxes that they were probably paying.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, I also don't understand. It's one of the most expensive places to live in the state. I couldn't imagine living there, to be honest. I don't know how all those people can afford to live there.
Well, you see, that's why a lot of them started packing up and moving out east towards and coming to. You can't really call Arizona because a lot of people had already kind of started retiring into Arizona out of there because it was cheaper. Then they kind of eased their way into New Mexico. But then they were like, oh shit, dude, Texas doesn't pay state taxes? Oh shit, my house is worth $800,000 here and it's a piece of shit. You're telling me I can buy that for $250,000? Sold. Let's go.
Yep. Full size mansion.
That, and people just started leaving the state in droves, and now they're like upside down and fucked. And then he turns around and gives
$$1 million trailers worth more somewhere else. Let's go.
Maybe that's why he did the $30 an hour thing, trying to bring people back. But that's not the answer because then half the places are closing down and they can't afford to employ anybody.
Yep. They're just not going to hire anybody. You're going to go there.
Well, dude,
how get $30?
Dude, how is the city of Los Angeles alone going to be able to employ any employees?
Yep.
Cops don't make $30 an hour in fucking LA.
Green Cream, are you playing with the baby?
LA is one of the lowest paid police departments because they have a high retirement plan. If you retire after 20 years as an LA police officer, you retire a millionaire. That's why they make less money while they're on active duty. Like that shit's crazy, dude. And you're damn sure not going to pay the LA County kid out here that's just out of high school or dropped out of high school that's working at the beach emptying the trash cans. You really want to pay him $30 an hour? This shit's fucking nuts, dude.
That's crazy.
Almost
And
as nuts as the inflation rate on groceries across the country.
well, and I mean,
according to Biden, that's as low as it's been. What are you talking about?
that's the lowest it's ever been. In fact, I stuck. It was funny. I'm not going to sit here and read it all off, but I stuck a list of everything Trump did while he was in office for 4 years in there that you can verify through ga.gov or what was it, whitehouse.gov.
Yeah.
Everything he did in 4 years. And it's a huge fucking list. And then, but I'm going to say right now, Biden can stand up there and go, groceries are, this is the lowest inflation's ever been. No, motherfucker, it's not. Not by any means. In fact, I think this is the highest it's ever been.
Yeah, I
Look,
think it's-
man, our country is in the absolute greatest position it could ever be in the entire world. We're the best nation in the world right now.
we're not.
Unemployment rates are down. Inflation is non-existent. We're doing great.
gas prices are low. Very
Yeah,
low.
absolutely, extremely low.
Drill, baby, drill.
Keep drilling.
But
Now,
my
after I'm done
favorite
with this
part
meeting,
of
I'm gonna go get me some ice cream because I've been a good little president. I mean, human.
my favorite part of that, because I sat here and watched him do it live, was I was already so pissed off because that was the day that the Palestinians were protesting and they were spray painting all of our monuments and shit.
Yep.
Yes.
I was already pissed off, and he's gonna sit up there and say that, what was it? Political hate is not allowed here in the United States. It's not a tool to be used to drive. Like basically saying that we don't put up with that shit here, while outside the building, outside the walls, they're out there burning the fucking flags, spray painting the fucking Liberty Bell, fucking writing all over fucking Washington Monument with Sharpies. I'm just like, you are a completely oblivious asshole.
Yep. I mean, I do have to applaud the congressman who ran out and grabbed the flag and raised the American flag back up. But I forgot what their names were.
Yeah, I can applaud that for sure.
Well, I mean, I get it. If the president's not going to call a state of emergency, get the National Guard out there and start chasing the protesters off, there's nothing you can do except for wait them out.
Right.
You have to wait for them to get tired, go home. Then you can go out and clean up their mess. But there are so many ways to stop crowds and riots and protests that they didn't do anything about it. Like none of it ever should have happened. Even all the way back to Black Lives Matter. I get it. The marches mattered. Everything else mattered. Burning the world down was the stupidest fucking thing in the world. But they've got water cannons that they can just go out and blast into these crowds of people and disperse them and not really hurt anybody. Why are we not doing that? Like, dude, 20 years ago, if you'd have fucking burnt the flag, you'd have got freaking charged with treason.
And your ass kicked.
Too. Yeah.
But now you can just walk up to the Liberty Bell with a Sharpie and write "fuck you" on it. You know.
Well, you can also burn down whole cities. I mean, that's fine too.
Yeah.
But we saw that in what was it? Michigan?
Minnesota?
Wait,
who's
I'm
the
talking about
governor
the
there?
vice. I'm talking.
Yeah.
Who's the VP?
Yeah, who's the one running for VP right now? Yeah.
And then who got him out of jail?
Oh, wait, let's not forget about the fact that he recently changed their state flag to look like the Somalian flag.
Yes, that too. I just saw that. Super clean, as they said. Looks nice.
Yep.
The whole thing is just crazy.
The whole
to me.
system is fucked.
Like I
I said,
having fun.
Listen, I'm not going to say either. I've said this the whole time. I'm not this person. I'm not that person. I'm not even going to vote because it don't fucking matter. But I will tell you that neither side is the fucking answer, but nobody's the answer. Everybody in Capitol Hill right now needs to be fired. It all needs to go ground up. While America is riled up, pissed off, and thinking for themselves for the first time in 50 fucking years, we need to drain the swamp and rebuild.
So, speaking of these presidential elections, I have some photos that I found that went with the plane thing because I was looking for them. So, I'm gonna show y'all, and I want to see if first if y'all can point them out before I like zoom in and stuff. So, let me find it. Okay, here we go. I want to click on the Discord thingy. Look.
Why don't you just look at the guy's 3 hands?
Okay, that's one of them.
He's got 3 hands, dude. Imagine the possibilities. You can stroke it, you can cup, and finger your butthole.
It almost
at
looks
the
like a
same time.
foot. Looks like he's holding his own foot.
This is at one
You
of
know-
their
talented
rallies.
as fuck.
You know, I feel
this
like
isn't
I've,
AI. What are you talking about?
I feel like I've used his character in Mortal Kombat before.
The guy next to him looks like he kind of had a stroke.
This one, the white guy.
No, one over. His tongue's
Oh,
out too.
this
Cross-eyed.
Wait, hold on. You want to see Rutro Raggy? Here you go, right here.
There's Scooby.
Raggy.
Okay, and then these 2 chicks right here. She has like a face
Oh.
instead of her face.
Oh, so does the closest one.
Well, that's Scooby Doo right there. That's a dog face if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Zoom in on the left over there.
Well,
What is
I mean,
that?
the
What is
fact,
that
like I
sandworm-looking
said,
thing.
like, you know what? I can
It's
see
got a shrunken
where
head.
I can see where people look at this and they're like, okay, but it's just sloppy because like this dude with the extra arm is obviously sitting. There's someone already sitting there, right?
But
And they just
But look at his
superimpose a crowd.
behind him.
Look at his
Hey, that's the worm. That's the worm from the Men in Black right there, back there on the left.
But you know, Harry's gonna post this photo later.
Who?
Boy, Harry Sisson.
Oh.
God, I can't stand that kid.
Oh my god, this photo is so bad.
No
Well,
idea yet.
But just things don't
Probably
add
finding
up.
a new DayZ server.
You're gonna put in the lowest ranked as a presidential nominee back in 2019. Didn't even have a vote, and now she's beating Trump in all the polls.
Well, she was beating Trump in all the polls before she was ever even nominated.
Yeah.
Yep.
Imagine.
The moment her name was mentioned, she was automatically beating Trump in all the polls.
It's just wild. And somebody that has no policies or procedures posted, what is she campaigning for?
I don't know, but apparently we're going to find out next month because they're going to debate, and I promise you, I will. I don't watch presidential debates, but I'll be watching this one.
I know. I
Speaking of
told.
debates, I'm gonna step away for a moment. I need to go take a Kamala Harris.
Okay. I know after I seen all the clips and stuff from this past debate, I was like, babe, we should have fucking watched it. But yeah.
That chick, that debate, her against Trump and fucking Vance against fucking Walsh, whatever his name is.
Yep.
That is literally going to be the equivalent of Kamala. You know those the speed bags hanging from the ceiling. If you're not paying attention, it'll come back and smack you in the face.
Yep.
The moment Kamala has to open her mouth, she's going to get speed bagged. It's going to come back and smack her right in the face, and it's going to be hilarious as fuck.
She's gonna have that earpiece rolling.
I just seen the video that you were talking about where they put the curtains down.
Yeah. Like I said, it's all smoke and mirrors, man, and people believe whatever they're going to believe. Just like, oh, Trump supporters are violent and they attack everybody. But you go back over the past 4 years, you watch all these videos. It was all Biden supporters that were attacking Trump supporters. But it took 4 years for the videos to come out of people hiding behind it for the whole thing to come out. To where, oh yeah, I remember seeing that part, but this dude was beating this dude's ass. Well, now I fucking know why.
I think media needs to be sued on a lot of shit too.
They do, man.
It's ridiculous, and they're erasing shit right now to make Kamala look better. The Biden administration will look better, and all this other shit.
Want to speak on erasing or uncovering things about these ballots 4 years ago?
With the Georgia shit right now.
It's not just Georgia.
There's a lot more than just Georgia.
I know.
Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, Missouri, and somewhere else.
Hey, I can find 1 million votes overnight, you know. Pop up on my doors at 4 a.m.
Yeah, I stuck it in here somewhere.
All these melons just showed up, sitting in a warehouse.
Georgia has reportedly removed 150,000 voters off of their active voter rolls because they are under such scrutiny right now. It's not even funny.
And their governor's hiding.
Mm-hmm.
Just like Secret Service Director Cheeto.
But they keep screaming. Both sides keep screaming this civil war, civil war, civil war. If this happens, civil war. If this don't happen, civil war. Da 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 da. I mean, okay. So, are you promising us that we have a civil war coming, or are we just threatening it?
And you look at it, the UK.
Because right now
UK's
the
getting
world has
ready.
got UK, Venezuela, Brazil.
Yep.
Several countries in the Middle East right now are in civil war.
Yep.
So it's like, oh, Wisconsin was the other one. So it's like, are you guys promising us? Like, is that what's going on? Is that what all this is going to lead up to? I was just talking about it. Because now they know how many of us are going to fight back.
Yep.
And how many of us are going to comply.
It's almost like, it's not like brainwashing.
And how many people are just going to lay down in the beginning.
They're just constantly instilling civil war in all of our heads. And there's going to be a group of crazy people that will activate when that shit happens.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the Democrat Party is saying it so much and whatnot so that it happens.
Well, this isn't just Democrats. This is Republicans soon. Both sides are saying, "Oh, if Trump gets elected, it's going to be a civil war. If Kamala gets elected, it's going to be a civil war because of what happened last time." And
January 6th. Yep.
I can tell you that if they do manage to steal the election for her, we're not civil war is least of our worries.
World War III.
60% of the nations in this world will not have any kind of talks with a female leader.
Yep.
And guess what? We're not England, so we don't have prime ministers to go be the buffer in between.
Yeah. Nope. No, we do not.
But so let me ask this. Can the vice president be the buffer? Like the prime minister?
It depends on how they feel about it. Because here's the deal. So say England, like their prime ministers were, I'm sure, strategically placed for that reason. So they got to go deal with Iran, Iraq, any of those that will not deal with a female leader.
Good to go.
They build those relationships, right? But the Queen of England didn't just run shit by herself, right?
Right, had a monarch.
Yeah. Whereas the president of the United States is supposed to have the final say so pretty much. So it just depends on how they were to view it. So they're like, oh, well, you have a female leader, she's your end all be all. No, fuck you, we don't deal with women.
Yeah.
Because anything you come tell us is going to come from her.
And then?
But you also got to look at, too, is our vice president is big on like transitioning and all this other stuff.
A lot of people aren't
countries.
going to deal with him on that.
Yep. So it's
Like I
double
said,
whammy.
he just changed their state flag to look like the Somalian flag. How many other countries hate Somalia, especially right now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to want to deal with him because of that, because they're going to say he's empathizing with Somalia. It's a whole shit show.
What's up, Repo? Yep. Fuck you, Corey.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, you got to think most of those countries over there, women are nothing but objects to them. They have no say so in anything, so they're not going to deal with a country.
Being run by women.
Yeah. They didn't go. Listen, if they didn't go for it with fucking Hillary Clinton up there, they ain't gonna go for Kamala.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not wrong.
They didn't have
At
to
least
steal his
Hillary,
election
at
for
least
that.
Hillary can string a sentence together and think for herself.
Can
She
she,
could
though?
Bill Clinton all that power again. The first man
Oh.
who ran the country while blowing a
I-
cigarette.
I don't know. It's gonna be the next couple of months are gonna be interesting. Nothing is over. I
Oh, God,
promise you
no.
that.
Not by a long shot.
And now they went from saying that Trump's plane had to, get grounded yesterday due to a malfunction or a hydraulic malfunction to where they're saying today like his plane almost crashed.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So which part of it's true? Did it just land because of a hydraulic malfunction, or was his plane in danger of actually crashing? Because about the same time, there was an airplane that just magically fell out of the sky in Brazil in a very
That's
weird
spun out.
way.
Yeah.
I heard about that. I didn't see anything about it, but I heard about
Dude,
it.
it went into, like, you're talking a jumbo passenger jet went into a flat spin.
How is that even fucking possible?
I don't know. And so people have been asking that, like, how does that even happen? And
Right.
that was the first thing I thought of when I saw it. I was like, well, then you have to get caught in somebody else's like jet wash or something, and cause your engines to cut out to do that. Like no, it was like it lost power and just started fucking flat spinning, belly down, all the way down.
See, I am not
Yeah.
the smartest person on the planet by any fucking means, but I do have a really good, proper understanding of modern aviation and shit. And a flat spin in a commercial liner is. I'm not saying it's impossible, but.
When does it ever happen though?
Right.
It's
the
always
likelihood-
they go nose down.
Right.
And they either can't pull up enough to land on the belly to give people a chance, or they tried to land on the belly to give people a chance. No, this one was just in a flat spin, like it got caught in a tornado.
Like, this is going to sound really fucked up, but I don't know how else to explain it, so I'm going to just say it. There are so many different factors that would have to go right for that to actually happen. And the odds of
Yeah.
that are like 1 in 3 billion, if not way more.
Yeah, so
Like, it's unheard of.
that's what I'm saying. Like, so was this plane actually in danger of being crashed? Did they get a warning that they had been hacked or some shit, and the wrong plane got hacked? Like, who the fuck knows?
Right,
Like,
right.
but when they opted to land his plane and drive the rest of the way, I tend to think that his plane was probably pretty close to crashing, that they didn't want to put it back in the air. Because typically, if you got to do an emergency landing, they're going to fix whatever it is, and you're going to be back in the air. But instead, it turned into a fucking motorcade. It's just fucking wild, dude, man. It's like,
It's almost blatant they're trying to kill him.
and I'm going to say something that's probably going to piss a lot of people off, but I want you to hear me out.
Okay.
What are the fucking odds? Just hear me out. What are the odds that the number one Kamala Harris supporter happens to have a very large platform that terrorists were trying to blow up her concert in Vienna? Could that maybe be to get little Taylor snowflakes on board for Kamala? Because who gives a fuck about Taylor Swift enough to blow her up? Who the fuck is going to try to assassinate Taylor Swift?
And
Think about that. How
Wait.
absurd is that?
place of women and kids. That's it.
Yeah. How
Very
absurd? How absurd is that? But everybody knows that she's a huge Kamala supporter and backer. So how do you top Trump getting shot?
Bringing it.
Oh my God. Oh my God. They tried to blow up T Swift because she supports Kamala. We have to support Kamala now. I'm just saying, hear me out, you know? Just think about that. Because I promise you, there ain't nobody out there gives a fuck enough to try to fucking kill Taylor Swift.
Well, Kamala's got some
Unless
other
they're pissed off
big
about her
influences,
shitty
too.
songs. Well, no, because all these other influencers are selling them out.
Yeah. it's
Dude,
true.
like it's all over the place. How her staff has been emailing all these influencers from fucking OnlyFans to Twitch to Kick to TikTok, all that, saying, "Hey, if you say this against Trump, we'll pay you $1,500, $3,000, $10,000." And all these influencers are coming forward, going, "Look, here's your proof right here. I'm not going to go into detail on it, but look, they sent me an email offering to pay me this to say this."
Yep.
It's all backfiring. And so
Um,
now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, hey, T Swizzle's about to get blown up in a country that no one really fucking cares about.
Yeah, pretty much.
And why would they do this in Austria of all places? Anywhere they could get to her, why do it in Austria?
Right?
Yeah, there's yeah.
Because there's no extradition. There's no extradition in Austria.
Mhm.
So if they would have if they would have actually managed to blow up a bunch of Americans, we wouldn't be able to bring any of the terrorists here to try them for it because it happened in Austria.
But I mean, I'm looking at even Mark Hamill's page. He
That dude is
bashed.
such a fucking tool.
I know he is, and it sucks to see. And then you got Stephen King is another big person in it, talking a lot of shit.
But
favoring
out of
Kamala.
everybody, T Swizzle is her
The biggest.
biggest supporter. Like she's got the biggest following out of anybody that is backing a candidate. So, like I said, how do you one up Trump getting shot? Oh, T Swizzle's about to get blown up. Let's change it over to that.
I mean, you can probably ask the AI later, ask about the plane. Probably won't say anything. Just like Trump's
No.
assassination attempt.
The shit's wild, dude. Like I said, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't sit and listen to those guys. I just kind of spit stuff out that don't add up in my head, right? But even if you did go listen to different conspiracy theorists talk, like Alex Jones,
Yep.
there's always these dudes spend tens of thousands of hours a year of their lifetime digging through stuff that we don't care to dig through, and there's always a little bit of fucking truth in there, right?
Oh yeah.
You just got to find what's true and what you believe and what you don't believe. There's always a little bit of truth in a conspiracy theory, but some of it simply comes from, hey, when did 2 plus 2 start equaling -8? And it's because people finally start thinking for themselves. And right now, 2 plus 2 is equaling like 500 million. And if people are buying half of this shit that's out there, even half of it, they're psychotic.
Mhm.
shooting someone for their political beliefs is like voting for someone because they're female. I'm just saying, it's the stupidest shit in the world.
Yeah. But it's also, I feel like it's also the laziness of people too. They hear the one thing, they're not going to research it.
No.
Oh, Kamala said that Trump's going to do this. Well, I'm not going to vote for Trump. But
Well, it's like somebody asked me the other day. Maybe it might have even been you. You really think Trump will do away with abortions? I was like, no, he never threatened to do away with abortions.
Nope.
Just like freaking when Romney was running back, they threw that at Romney because he said something bad about abortions one time, and it was Obama against Romney, and they're like, oh well, Romney's going to take women's rights away. We have to vote for Obama, not just because he's the first black president, but because Romney wants to take our rights away. And I'm like, that's not what he said at all. Just like that's not what Trump said. All they said was, look, bitch, if you want to get fucked on prom night, wrap it up, take a pill. Don't go get fucking knocked up and go use this birth control. We're not going to let you do that. That's all it comes down to. Like, everybody has the right to make their own decisions. I agree. I just think those decisions are reserved for when you turn 18 years old. Your body, your choice comes when you have the right or you have the ability to support yourself. You can't tell me that 5, 6-year-old kids their little girls want to be little boys, or little boys want to be little girls. And it seems to be more of little boys wanting to be little girls than anything. Through a lot of this, I'm noticing a pattern here. There's a whole lot of little boys saying, I want to be little girls versus the other way.
Oh, but to me, I think kids, they have a lot of innocence. I mean, like when my son says, hey, I like pink, can I wear the shirt? Yeah, go ahead. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's not, I don't know. I know he's not thinking that route. It's just a color that he enjoys. But he's not realizing that, hey, this is a girl's color, whatever. They don't know. It's just how they're raised in some ways, saying, oh, no, that's not right.
Listen, if your hardest decision of the day is Dino Nuggies or a Lunchable, you don't get to make decisions. That's just
what
not
about adults eating Dino Nuggies? Because they're pretty good.
I mean, that's like taking your. It's like taking your 7-year-old to a car lot that has everything from a Ford Fiesta to a Lamborghini and saying, you go pick what dad gets. They're going to go pick the flashiest thing that catches their fucking eye. And stuff that they've heard their friends say, oh, that's so cool. This and that and da da da.
Look, just give me something that's reliable and won't blow up.
Yeah.
Point A to
I
point
mean,
B.
listen, if your 15, 16-year-old comes up to you and they're like, look, I realize that I'm a young man or I'm a boy, but I really feel like a woman. So just to let y'all know, in a few years, I'm thinking about going down that road. That's one thing, because that child is old enough at that point to have an adult conversation with you.
Right.
15, 16 years old, you should be able to have adult conversations with them. Not full-blown, into-depth stuff, but you should be able to at least have basic adult conversation.
Right.
You cannot have that same conversation with a 6, 7-year-old. Especially when half of the 6 and 7-year-olds these days were still stuck on their mama's titty at 4 years old.
If you listen to mommy after I'm done talking, you can play with your iPad. Okay. I'm going to hell, but it's with a smile on my face. That's all I'm saying.
And that's all. Well, and that's all I'm saying. Like, and it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna say that being homosexual comes with a specific age. You
No.
can, you can. I mean, dude, I've talked to little kids. That, like, I know you're gonna grow up to be gay. You can just tell
Right.
by the way they are from a child, and some of them know at an early age
Right.
that they want to be, and they choose to come out later in life. Some of them will say earlier in life, but you can't say when it comes to the full on. I'm going to change who my whole identity is, including my sexuality. That's a decision that you make when you're older.
Well, all I'm
That's
saying
a
is I want to
conversation
go
you
through
have
the
when you're
change
older.
so I can participate in the Olympics and win gold medal.
Those dudes ain't even went through the change. Ain't either one of those guys got a set of tits on them. They both have pecs. The one motherfucker still has a mustache. Like
He's
these
not wrong
dudes,
either. That's the fucked
these
up part.
dudes, these dudes are pussies. They can't fight men, so they went and beat up fucking women. Like this whole Olympics has just been needs to be kicked off the record books and done.
You don't like the opening ceremonies?
No.
I don't like
Oh
any of
my
it,
god.
And I didn't even watch. I just saw clips of it.
dude. One of the athletes that won a bronze already a week ago showed a picture of it, and that shit already looks so fucking faded. They're like
Yeah,
their neck their medals are just so cheaply done.
I got oxidized.
Yeah,
Oh, I love this country.
but the shit's just nuts, man. Like,
Look, back in the day, we used to stand for something. Nowadays, I mean, yeah, we stand for something, but it's not so much something that matters versus what is that something? You know? I don't.
you know what? I'll say this. I've actually been like pretty strong on this case. On this, I've been through a lot. I can't tell you what I do and don't believe in anymore.
Right.
As far as like why we're here, how we got here, all that good shit.
Yeah, I got you.
I've been through enough that I don't know. I have my own theories. I can tell you that if God does actually exist, I must be the personal court gesture. Reincarnation either I don't know, but I will say maybe and I have my whole life I have been about separation of church and state. There definitely needs to be a separation. But maybe they do need to put the Pledge of Allegiance back in school. Maybe we do need to give people something to believe in. Because apparently nobody believes in nothing anymore when we end up with the fucking Olympics looking like this fucking clown show. Because the Olympics, like especially the countries that are there representing their countries. I'm surprised they didn't pull half their athletes out from opening ceremony just because of it. Because a lot of those countries are very, very heavy Catholic. And I'm surprised that they didn't pull their athletes out. Shit's just fucking wild.
Damn, shit's a joke. Imagine winning a gold medal and all this other shit's going on with it. These people train
Yeah.
their whole lives to do this.
I mean,
Well,
like,
how
imagine
how
not
many female
winning.
boxers how many female boxers were there trained their entire life for this to go in there and get punched in the face by a fucking man?
Broke her nose
And
instantly.
your dream is just crushed. You trained your entire life for it because you expected to step in the ring with one of the other toughest women in the world.
Yep. And this man has a smirk and a smile on his face.
But then has the balls to ask for sanctuary in another country because he's afraid going back to his country he's going to be killed for who he is. Well, then how are you even up there representing your country anyway?
And then, then we have the guy with the huge cock who took his, own dreams away.
My new hero. Yeah.
His
But then,
baguette.
Hey,
and
listen,
then I've been
listen.
seeing.
He didn't
Sorry.
get the gold. He didn't get the
Hello,
gold.
let's
He
go.
got the
Ready
golden
up.
dick,
Get your
so he
ass
really
ate.
won.
I
I
was
heard he
not
got an offer to
expecting
do
that.
like a porn session too,
Dude, that wouldn't surprise me.
I would not be surprised.
just to be there.
And then I love all the memes that are coming with it. Not the ones about him, but the ones about the other ones who are actually getting the medals. And they're like, yeah, you got the medal, but you have no dick.
Hmm.
Can we also talk about the breakdancing portion?
Yeah.
hell
So,
is that?
it's not even what is that. It's like, why is that? Why is that even a thing? Why
I
why
feel
is
like-
breakdancing in the Olympics?
I feel like if you gave me 2 shots, I would have breakdanced better than what that was.
He said 2 shots.
Just 2 shots. That's all I need for that.
I don't understand how that was even a thing. I fully don't understand how that made it to the Olympics.
I could see like choreographed dancing, like dancing teams and shit, but not that.
Okay, so I just seen this. It came up on my feed, but that one who won the gold medal, women boxer man thing. So after the initial fight where that one walked away and was like, I'm not gonna do this because that's a man. Da 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 da. They then gave that person, what is it called? The test to determine if they're a man or a woman. And
Yeah, they
and
have XY chromosomes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So he
Yep.
failed, right? But then
Yeah.
But how did they let him continue fighting in the women's?
Because it's obviously not in the rules. Because they probably never thought when they made the rules that they would have to make them to keep that from happening.
Levels of
And, yeah.
testosterone.
Who would have thought when the Olympics became a thing that you had to tell a guy that he couldn't fight women for a gold medal? Like,
But I'm sorry, I know I'm gonna sound like an ass about it, but there's a clear, distinct difference between men's sports and women's sports. What
Yeah.
men can do versus what women can do.
Well, and that's me and Jeff literally had this conversation. Like, like we mentioned shot put, we mentioned swimming. Men are obviously stronger in some way, shape, or form, but you're not gonna do a man and a woman in a shot put because the man's obviously going to throw it
Yeah.
longer. You're not going to have them swimming against each other. And I asked why because I was like, I didn't think of this. And Jeff was like, because they're almost always taller. There are some long ass women. Don't get me wrong.
yeah.
But, 9 times out of 10, the men are taller than the women. So they're going to win. That's why we do women versus women and men versus men. And in boxing is no different. You're going to get hit harder by a man than a woman. Especially in these types of things because, even in regular MMA, regular boxing, regular wrestling, you have your weight class. You're not going to go up against a 300 man and a 100 pound woman. That's not the same weight class. So it doesn't matter. They're going to hit harder. And it's just crazy.
But even that, it's just like you can put the highest trained woman and the highest trained male together, even if they're in the same weight class, there's going to be a clear difference.
You put Ronda Rousey in the octagon with Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor's gonna knock her teeth down through.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Take it for what it is. It is what it is. This isn't anything you can do. I can do better type of deal. It's bone structure.
Yeah.
It's simple physics. It's genetics. Like it's just not.
It baffles me, honestly.
People are crazy for the shit that they think, and it's just I don't know. And then
Was-
like this whole why dudes are wanting to even. I listen. I get it. You feel like a woman,
Not
right?
sure why.
But now they're going through this whole. I want to be able to carry a baby, and men can do it.
We
There,
can
there's
figure out how
cat,
to put it in.
there's cavities in our bodies where they can implant a womb and we can carry it. Like,
I
well,
don't
why
want
would you
to be,
want
but
to?
it'd be nice. Yeah.
Well,
No,
okay,
no, I
just
get it.
like you said,
I don't
now
need
they're
to be, but it
putting
would be nice.
they're putting the tampon thing in the boys' bathroom now.
That's false.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I
Little
can have
girls
it
are not
set
the
up
only
against
ones that
the other
menstruate. Little
corner.
boys menstruate too.
Yeah,
No,
that'd
like
be
I
fine.
said, in my
Yeah, that'd
42 years, if I
that'd be
once
fine.
ever bled from my dick hole,
Yeah.
two, that tampon's not
I'm
going to
gonna
fit
reuse
in
it.
that hole. I promise you.
Well, people are like standing up for that and really fighting hard about it. And it's just like there's no reason for him to be in there.
Oh, his stolen valor thing is my favorite right now,
Oh
dude.
yeah, that too.
What's that?
I am all about crucifying anybody for stolen valor.
What is stolen
Fucking
valor? I
facts.
forget.
Basically
Lying.
claiming that he was higher and did more stuff than what he did in the military so he was a nasty girl. He wasn't even in the army. He was a fucking nasty girl, National Guard, weekend fucking warrior, play shoot 'em up, cops and robbers on the
This
weekends.
is the vice president elect dude.
Yes.
Yep.
When he got told in 2005, not even in 2001, in 2005, that his National
No.
Guard
Oh, Cookie
platoon
Director?
was going to be deployed to
That too.
Afghanistan, he fucking went AWOL and then retired
No,
to go run
I
for
had two.
Congress.
That's kind of crazy.
But what really happened
I prefer the
was
other
he went AWOL, got demoted, and was allowed to
We'll get
resign
more.
from his demoted state.
Really?
But claimed to be what he wasn't, and the other people that served with him have came forward and went, no, that's not what happened. And that's not what's on record.
And he was never deployed.
That
Yeah.
and claiming to be in the military when you were never in the military at all.
Yeah.
And then wearing the uniform around to reap the benefits. of
Yeah,
the
going down to the local surplus store, buying a uniform, wearing it around and pretending to be a soldier. Stolen
Mhm.
valor.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Oh, and people do that shit because, you know,
Oh, I mean, think about the fucking the dudes all these years. You know, you always hear people claim, "Oh, I'm a spy. Oh, I was a sniper," because they're just trying to grab attention. Not even thinking that saying, "Oh yeah, I was a sniper." You know, that's somebody's valor. That somebody actually did that, but
it wasn't you.
it's fucking crazy, man. Like, but yeah, so basically, but I mean, what can you really say about stolen valor from the possible VP when we had Clinton that actually was a draft dodger from Vietnam?
Really? I didn't
You know, they overlooked that. Yeah, he ran to Canada
Yep.
and then got pardoned. Um, yeah, it's just crazy that what passes for politicians. Like, you know, I could have sworn that somewhere in our legislation that you had to have fought for your country to run for president. I'll have to go look. I've been thinking about that the past couple of days, but I could have sworn that used to be a part of it. Was you had to be in the military before you could run for president. Maybe they changed that with Clinton. I don't know.
Let's see.
But I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what happens, man. Like, between now and November.
Oh yeah.
It's like they've been threatening this whole monkeypox thing. You know, just like I said, you know, fucking Trump gets shot at, all of a sudden, Tragic Joe over here has got a case of COVID. Oh, this new super duper fucking triple platinum strain of COVID, the president caught it, you know, and it's just like, and now they're saying monkeypox. So what's going to pop up between now and November, right?
Okay,
What war is going to break out between now and November?
I have a question about this. I just looked up the constitutional requirements to be a presidential candidate,
Hmm.
and I feel like these kind of like are weird. So there's only three requirements. Be a natural born citizen of the United States, be at least 35, have been a resident of the United States for 14 years. So tell me this. How can you how can you have to be a natural born citizen of the United States, but you only have to be a resident for 14 years?
Because you lived outside the country.
So
So say you were born here, but your family wanted to move to Italy.
okay.
So you move back. You just have to live here for 14 years to reestablish your residency, even though you're a natural born citizen. Natural born citizen and residency is two different things. So, like, technically, when you move from one state to another, you're supposed to go down and file for actual residency in that state.
Right.
Most people don't.
But it also helps military babies too.
Yeah,
Born on a U.S. base,
you're
in
technically
Germany.
a U.S. citizen.
Okay.
you're
okay.
a U.S. citizen.
And then the only thing you have to have is you have to spend more than $5,000 for your own campaign. And that's it. So I'm gonna go run for president now.
I really could have swore at some point you had to been in the armed forces. Like I said, but who knows what all they changed over the years.
Yeah, I feel like that helps a lot.
Yeah.
Or maybe all of our presidents, all the way up to fucking Clinton, were the only ones that had the balls to go serve.
Yeah. True.
Actually, who was our last president to serve? Was it George Bush Jr.?
Yeah.
It served? Yes.
Yeah, because Biden didn't serve. Biden's been on fucking Capitol Hill since he was 3 days old, so he
Yeah.
didn't serve.
He was
And
an
I mean, you had
he was
you
an
had
Air
McCain
National
as
Obama,
a
Guard.
Obama didn't serve. Trump didn't serve.
So W.
National
Bush,
National Guard ain't military. Fuck them.
he was the last one to serve, but the last one in combat was his dad.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you come out of the military, or if you come out of one of the branches and you go into the National Guard just to keep serving because you feel like that's your duty, that's one thing. But people that only signed up for a National Guard to reap the benefits, they're not. I don't consider them. Because they never had to do anything and their college got paid for. Most of them never had to deploy anywhere. They did their 1 week in a month, 2 weeks a year.
Yep.
For 4 or 8 years, and they were done. The fucking Coast Guard's way more military than they are.
Okay, so yeah, he was Air Force Reserve during Vietnam. And this is kind of funny. Given the time frame, it is likely his father pulled some strings to get him in there, but there's no proof that has been uncovered.
Got him moved over to being in reserve, so he didn't actually get deployed over there. That would
Yeah.
make sense.
And then H. Bush was in World War II, and he was the youngest pilot to earn his wings. He was shot down and rescued. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's an American hero right there.
Right?
World War II, Korean War.
Crazy. Man, we have talked about all kinds of shit today. We didn't even scratch any of the surface on any of the scary shit. We
Like
only
when none of us
mildly
had ears up.
we only mildly talked about enough to upset people. Not even the good stuff. How long have we been going? 5 hours. Holy shit.
Almost 5 hours.
Well, I think that's probably good enough for the very first episode of Echoes from the Speakeasy. What do y'all think?
Sounds like an idea to me.
Next episode, we'll kick off with something other than movie stuff. But the first 2.5 hours was movie stuff.
And we literally talked about movies. But there was so much good stuff.
Well, and that's why this podcast is about anything and everything. I mean, we went from movies to actors to a little bit of sports, a little bit of politics, current events.
Life in general. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, fuckers,
Yes,
make
sir.
sure you tune in next week, because if you don't, I'll find you.
Yeah, because I'm going to run for president now. I'm able to.
And stuff, and if the podcast gains any traction, starts getting movement, maybe we'll do it a couple times a week instead of one time a week. Kind of play by ear, see where it goes.
I
Stuff takes
like
a while
it.
to get somewhere.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think it's everybody good at the ending point right there.
I am.
Yeah,
I am.
I've had fun.
I had fun sitting here bullshitting.
What we
Oh,
normally do.
oh boy, that was fucked up. Ooh. ow.
Oh, so
Sorry,
what's the agenda? You gonna stream some video games now, or you
Yeah.
eat dinner, or
Ooh. Does this mean we're gonna go smite it up for a bit with Cody?
is Cody on?
Yeah, he's online on Discord.
Yeah, I messaged
Oh,
him.
oh, he's actually even in the stream still. Yeah, we can
Cody.
pop over. It was awesome to have you here, Corey. Maybe you'll be here for the whole thing next time. I heard you had some stuff going on. Oh, wait, one more thing.
Yep.
So you had to go put the chickens
wanna
away.
play
Did you
some
cook chicken, or do you
Smite.
have chickens free ranging?
Chickens that are
Come
free
get
ranging.
in Mercy's
Ah,
cozy corner and we'll
knew it.
join you.
Damn. Those are all.
Please.
Fuck.
Please, 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 please.
Yeah, she's in there. But all right, well, I guess let's call it for the end of the podcast and move on into video games.
Yeah.
Cody said, maybe.
Shut up, fool. You know you're coming to play Smite. Don't act like you ain't. You're forgetting you gave me your address. I know where you live.
Y'all can play one without me. I need to find something to eat real quick.
Well,
you're
I'm
fine.
gonna
I
put the
think-
stream on a break and do the same. So
I think I'm just gonna go warm up a couple sausages real quick.
can I have
Dude,
yours?
Lisa made fucking homemade lasagna and it's fucking killer.
Nice. Always moving.
Mhm.
I'm gonna switch over